CYBATHLON, where skillful pilots team up with new technologies to accomplish stunning things.
CYBATHLON macht glücklich.
우리가 포기할 수 있는 일들을 가능하게 만들어줍니다.
Wir treten mit und gegeneinander.
Teams from countries around the globe fight to win the competition. Which team will present the smartest technology? And who has the best pilot? CYBATHLON competitions include 8 disciplines. They all call for skill, precision, concentration, and endurance. Robotic wheelchairs climb stairs. Prosthetic arms feel out and pick up hidden objects. And exoskeletons let paralyzed legs walk again. Intelligent assistive technologies help simplify the everyday lives of people with disabilities. Technology, competitive spirit, emotions. CYBATHLON is all of that.
Hello and welcome to the global edition of CYBATHLON 2024. 3 days of sporting competitions, 67 teams from 26 countries. This unique event brings together the power of sport with the innovation of technology. This is CYBATHLON. So welcome, a very warm welcome to CYBATHLON 2024. This is the brainchild of ETH Zurich, which you just saw in the heart of the city. We're on the outskirts here in the Swiss arena in Kloten in Zurich. And this arena traditionally is used for ice hockey, but has been transformed today and this week for CYBATHLON. And it really is a global affair. 67 teams from over 20 countries, and in line with accessibility and sustainability, most of these teams will be competing here in Kloten, but also they have the option of competing from their local hub, be that in Seoul or in Chiang Mai. But we have 3 days of wonderment ahead. Really, it is the brilliance of sport, and with that motivation and resilience and bravery, but at the heart of every story is humanity. It pours out of every single compelling human story of how these athletes, which are known as pilots, came into CYBATHLON to develop the assistive technology to transform their own lives and those around them. At the heart of this event is equality and inclusion. As we mentioned, it is the innovation of ETH Zurich. So let's hear from their president now, Joël Massou.
Dear participants and spectators of CYBATHLON 2024, here in the Swiss arena, in the canton of Zurich, and at one of the many hubs around the world, a warm welcome to all of you on behalf of ETH Zurich. It is a great pleasure to see the 3rd edition of this unique competition that advances technologies for and with people with disabilities.
Yes, ETH Zurich have been really the brainchild of this incredible concept, and we are shining a light on how advancement in technology can transform the lives of those with disability. Today and the next few days is the result of 4 years of hard work, but the history of this sport goes back to 2013 when the idea was born, the first competition held here in Kloten in the Swiss arena in 2016. Let's find out more about its history.
The CYBATHLON. This is the world's first bionic game.
This is actually about improving real lives.
Une épreuve expérimentale qui repousse un peu plus loin encore les limites du corps humain. Regardez le CYBATHLON.
It's amazing what has been developed now after 11 years. It was maybe a crazy idea, and it's amazing to see the idea became real.
The purpose of CYBATHLON is really great. It motivates the researchers and developers to develop assistive technologies with and for the people with disabilities. And this is, since years, very meaningful and still kind of the DNA of CYBATHLON.
It's my heart project. It's something I did the last 9 years to do something meaningful, to really develop something that people amazes. For me, it has a lot of positivity.
These three people have shaped and influenced CYBATHLON for years. It all started in 2013 with a crazy idea from a brilliant professor.
At the beginning, the problem was that people said, "Are you crazy? That won't work. You won't get enough teams. Maybe television does not want to make a freak show out of it," and so on.
I remember when Robert came into the laboratory announcing the CYBATHLON in 2013. He showed us his ideas, and this was the first contact point with the CYBATHLON project. So yeah, at that time it was a bit weird, let's say, a weird new idea of our professor. But yeah, it turned out to be very cool. And some months later, I took over some responsibility for developing the competition together with many people.
And this was developed from a single competition to a movement. We came up with this challenge format, and it was quite successful. We initiated a school project in Switzerland, and we developed in the last 8 years a huge platform for people with disabilities, for society and for researchers and developers.
2 new disciplines have also been added. There are now 8 disciplines in total, but there were also many problems to be solved over time, such as the corona pandemic.
When we had to postpone the event in March 2020, it was a crazy decision we had to take. We were so close to the event that was planned for May 2020, and then Annie came up with the idea to make a remote event.
Welcome everyone to CYBATHLON 2020 Global Edition. Because of the pandemic worldwide, the teams could not come here.
2020 we were forced to hold the CYBATHLON in a closed environment with everything broadcasted to the remote hubs all over the world. We did not really want to do it because we wanted to have the celebration in the stadium, but we had to do it. And now we are very happy that we did it like this.
For us was really a great race.
Yeah, it was going extremely well.
Yes, I'm glad about it, and for me and for the whole team.
It was a great effort from Roland Siegrist and Annie Kern and the entire team to make it happen like this. And now we benefit from it because now we can organize a hybrid event where we have teams in the stadium, which are important for the live atmosphere, but also other teams who are not able to travel because maybe they don't have enough money or their pilots are too much handicapped. So now we can connect them with our remote broadcasting structure, and this is also a way of inclusion.
Mihic for Croatia, Nishka and Fossati of Sweden and Italy are already away, working their way through all of the challenge.
I hope that it will be the same atmosphere like in 2016. It was such a great, positive and emotional atmosphere. I always say it was, for me, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and maybe it's, how do you say it in English, a twice-in-a-lifetime experience.
We are now joined by Annie Kern, who you've just seen in this video, and she's the co-leader of CYBATHLON. Annie, how are you feeling? This is 4 years of hard work, and we're moments away from it all starting.
Yes, I'm feeling a little bit overwhelmed. So we are here since Saturday with a lot of people setting up everything, On Wednesday and yesterday, the teams arrived. Everyone is so happy. Everyone is in a good mood. And I really hope, that the next 3 days will be a great success.
There is an anticipation that's bubbling, isn't it? There's just been this build-up to it. But I can imagine if you've been involved for 4 years, then that magnitude is quite overwhelming. So what can people look forward to over the next few days?
Yeah, they can see things I think they've never seen before. They can see new technology. They can see how human and machine work together to solve daily life tasks. They can see a competition, people winning, emotions, and real teamwork, not only from the teams, but also from the crew, from the volunteers, from the whole stadium.
Annie, enjoy it. Hopefully now your emotion can settle and you can see the profits of your hard work. Annie, thank you for joining us. Let's welcome in our commentators. Bex Williams will be the voice of CYBATHLON this week. And for this first discipline, which will be the Arm Prosthesis race, she is joined by Adrian Esser. Good morning, both of you.
Good morning, Abby. Thank you for the lovely introduction. Yes, myself and Adrian, we're ready. And it is the Arm Prosthesis race, which kicks off the entire CYBATHLON weekend. Already the anticipation is building, the stadium is filling up. Adrian, how are you feeling ahead of this opening race, qualifying session?
I am ready for some super exciting races. We're going to see some amazing teams kick off CYBATHLON 2024 and some really strong starts.
We certainly are. We're very much looking forward to it, Abby. So a few minutes away, we'll be getting going. But back to you for the moment.
Thanks, Bex and Adrian. Yes, we are enjoying it and we can't wait for the action. The first race that comes up will be the Arm Prosthesis race, and it's a rich field. It's the one with the most competitors and teams in it. Let's find out more.
Next up, the Arm Prosthesis race. Blue parts are only allowed to be manipulated or touched with the prosthetic hand. The pilots must complete 10 tasks. Here are some examples. In this task, the pilot needs to put on a hooded sweater, fasten the zipper, take it off, and hang it up on the clothesline. Lastly, the pilot has to hang up a t-shirt on the clothesline using a blue clothes peg. The next task involves some do-it-yourself action, including the use of various tools. Next up is the haptic bag challenge. The pilots have to identify and retrieve objects of different shapes and flexibility without visual assistance. Then the pilots stack blue cups to form a vertical pyramid while sitting at a table. Pilots can score 10 points for each of the 10 tasks. The pilot who completes the most tasks in the fastest time wins the race. The time limit is 8 minutes.
So the first discipline is the Arm Prosthesis race, and we are so looking forward to getting this event underway. Your commentators, Adrian Esser, first Bex Williams.
10 tasks we have then ahead. The pilots are almost ready to go. Big challenges for them, Adrian. Any thoughts before we get underway?
Well, I can tell you we're going to see a lot of different and exciting challenges for these arm prostheses and the pilots. We're going to challenge the strength of the devices, so how strong can they grip. We're going to challenge their dexterity and their ability to handle and manipulate small objects. And we're also going to force them to move and twist in confined spaces and areas.
Okay, let's find out then where in the world, as we are truly global here in CYBATHLON, our teams are heading from for this first qualifying session that we see in the Arm Prosthesis race. We do have 3 teams up first: Didalonic UPV, Bionic Labs, and Hands On.
Let's take a look at who's lining up. On track number 1 from Spain, we welcome team Didalonic UPV and pilot Silvia González de Julián.
The team Daedalonic, hailing from Valencia, Spain, is dedicated to the development of innovative yet economically accessible prostheses.
Daedalonic surgió por un grupo de estudiantes de ingeniería biomédica que dieron un espacio, una zona donde ellos podían crear y mejorar en el mundo médico.
La problemática real de las personas que tienen algún tipo de amputación o que necesitan de una prótesis, y ver realmente los precios y cómo está el mercado actual es horrible para estas personas. Entonces, ¿qué menos que intentar ayudarlos en ese proceso?
The team is currently working on a transradial prosthesis for adults, although the ultimate goal is to develop a myoelectric and stretchable prosthesis for children.
And we take a look on track number 2 from Italy. We welcome team Bion IT Labs and pilot Salvatore De Zilis.
Giovanni Sapatore is the founder and CEO of Bion IT Labs, and their pilot is...
Sono Salvatore De Zilis, ho 47 anni e sono un pescatore subacqueo. Già nel 2023 ho partecipato alle challenge del CYBATHLON.
Salvatore, our pilot, is a very determined person. That's the reason why he's the right person for this challenge.
Mi considero una persona molto competitiva e amo le sfide. E grazie alla mia mano Adam's Hand che riesco ad affrontare la vita quotidiana.
The goal of the Adam's Hand is to bridge the gap between digital and polyarticulated devices. That's why Adam's Hand is the first of its kind.
And completing the lineup in this first qualification on track number 3, all the way from China, we welcome team Hands-On and pilot Min Shu.
这个右手是在我92年学校刚出来的时候，进入工作的时候，出现的意外，是他们那个机器的失灵。 造成了我整个右手的一个截肢，这个真的是一个晴天霹雳，让我整个生活陷入了一片黑暗。因为那时候我才19岁，到现在已经有整整30年。
Since 2023, I formed CYBATH and we actively participated in all stages of the challenges. Now we have gathered a new group named Team Handsome. At this time, we hope to perform even better in the upcoming CYBATHLON final events.
就是希望能够让我们残疾人更加的受益吧。
We've met the pilots and now it's time to get underway with the first of our qualifying sessions. Immediately we're with Gonzalez de Julian here from Daedalonic, and Adrian, we've bypassed some tasks here and we may well see that across the discipline, yes?
Yes, we just saw Sylvia skip 2 tasks. Now there's only 8 minutes for these pilots to complete up to 10 tasks, so it's fast and they don't have a lot of time. So there will be strategy, and you will see teams skipping tasks that they think they won't do so that they can complete other ones.
10 points per task. So the ones that, like Adrian said, they know that they will be able to complete, they think they'll be able to do well, they're going to move on to those and try and ramp up a good amount of points in the least amount of time. So this is a tricky task here, because what are we looking at? Obviously the grip important and stability.
So we're looking at their ability to grip and hold different objects, but also bring them to different levels, right? So to place the plate higher than the cup and then the cutlery lower than the cup challenges the orientation of their prosthesis and their ability to maintain a good grip while they move around to different levels.
And we can see now that Salvatore De Zilis is underway. The next team has started and they have gone straight in with the opening task, which is carrying bottles. But before they carry, they have to put the bottles in the crate, as he's successfully done there. But this is the tricky bit, yes?
The tricky bit is actually getting the bottles back out, where they have to pinch them from the top. And that heaviest bottle weighs 1.5 kilograms, and look how easily he pulled it out.
It made it look so simple, Salvatore, there. So we have 3 teams competing here. First qualifying session of the Arm Prosthesis race.
One more bottle for Salvatore, and he is good.
And then the next challenge.
He has to serve some food.
The kitchen task.
Yep.
Which again, you mentioned that some sections are going to be very speedy. We've got our Chinese now competitor underway, the hands-on team. Minshu has started.
Yep.
And again, successful here.
And you can see that she goes directly for gripping the lids of the bottles, but her prosthesis is strong enough to confidently do that.
Okay, we are back with Sylvia now. This was an interesting, as we watched as they were training, rehearsing for this was an interesting task. Tell me why.
Yes, so this is a tricky one because they have to grasp those cups and stack them into a pyramid, but they're not allowed to fall on their side. This is going to challenge the prosthesis because it's going to have to rotate the wrist to get those cups onto their bottoms.
It's a difficult one then. Okay, back with Salvatore now, which again, all of these tasks are representing something that we are doing in everyday life. And a simple task for many of putting on some clothing, a little bit of an extra challenge when you have a prosthesis.
Yes, and he has to pull the zipper up with his prosthetic hand. And I mean, zippers are already tricky for me. I struggle closing my own zippers sometimes. And the fact that they're doing it with these prosthetic hands is amazing. So he just got the approval. He can take the sweater off now. He has to zip it down and then hang it up on the clothesline.
So it's a full, complete motion of doing the zip up and then taking the zip down, and slight difficulty here in just getting grip, but he's found it.
Yeah, he's got it. Now he can take that sweater off and throw it over the clothesline. And then all that's left to do is hang the shirt and put the clothespin on it.
8 minutes for every single task.
Not a lot of time.
It's not a lot of time,
It's not a lot of time. No.
So Minshu, so far, has passed every task.
Yep. So she's on the 3rd one now. No, the 4th now. Now it's a fail. Oh, no. So she might have pinched or held that zipper with her non-prosthetic hand.
Okay, and that is a fail.
Yeah. Desilis, he's doing well. He's trying to get that light bulb into the socket, and we made this one particularly difficult because they have to screw that light bulb in perpendicularly to how they put their arm in. So you see how tricky it is to get the arm in? Yeah.
This one of the real challenges, and you've been part of creating some of these challenges, Adrian, and you've told me you didn't make them impossible, but you had to ramp up the level from what we've seen in the past few years.
Yes, so the teams can all come to me and complain about how difficult they are. We wanted to push the limits of these devices, right? So we didn't want to create 10 tasks that the teams could fly through, but we really wanted a challenge point, something for them to rise to and something for them to also fail a bit. But we want it to be productive. As you can see, he's not giving up.
No, he's continuing on, isn't he? He's determined to try and make sure the bulb goes in. Okay, back with hands-on now.
Yeah, and we can see Min attempting the same task that Salvatore Desilis is working on. And look at the strategy for hammering the nail in. She just has to get that nail to break through the bottom of the wood. And now she has to remove it with the pliers.
So this is our do-it-yourself section within the tasks.
Great, she's got the nail out.
Fantastic, she's doing
and
so
the bulb
well
in.
here.
And anecdote about Min.
Yep.
Well,
go on, tell us.
So actually the light bulb was the hardest task for her in the last challenges, and now it's become the easiest one.
Ah, that's really interesting. With a bit of training then.
Bit of training and learning from the other teams in practice.
Okay, we're back with Sylvia here, who's still trying to gain purchase on those cups.
Oh, and Salvatore is now on the hot wire task. He cannot touch the metal with that handle. Otherwise, it will light up blue and he will fail the task. And he is going quickly. This is impressive. Can he make it around this corner? Let's go.
So stability so important here, having that patience and the way he's moving is up, the control he has.
He has to stabilize the hand without touching the edge. He bumped into something, but it did not light up.
He's about to finish.
He's almost there. Let's go, Salvatore. Yes.
That is
Let's
a
go.
pass. Come on.
Onto the cup stacking. And I think he has not failed any tests so far.
We'll get confirmation
We'll
of
get
that.
confirmation of
We're
that.
not seeing indication on the screen as
Yeah.
yet, but we'll get confirmation. But a very confident run so far here.
Very impressive
from Salvatore.
start from Salvatore for his first qualifying round. He will have another chance
Yeah,
to
2
even
runs
improve on
in
his time.
qualifying. Absolutely.
So you can see here his strategy. He's actually flipping the cups over. And once they're all flipped over, he changes the posture of his wrist and goes for the stacking. Interesting strategy
Okay,
here.
let's get back to the hot wire now then.
Can Min do the same? She's even faster. Oh my gosh. Look at her go. This
The
is incredible.
confidence that they're showing and the focus here, not to touch the hot wire. This is very, very quick here.
I kid you not, they would be faster than me doing this task.
Wow, that is amazing.
That was impressive. That must have been only 30 seconds.
And she's not fazed by that at all.
No.
It's straight on to the next task. Let's get going.
Pure focus as she switches to the stacking cups. This is incredible. And we can see Min's family and the developers on the team cheering her on.
Yeah, absolutely.
I love this. Look at the way she grasps the cup and switches them around with her wrist. How fast that is. It's amazing that some of these devices, they can move in ways that are beyond human, right?
Yeah,
like,
absolutely.
we can't do
beyond
this
human.
with our wrist.
Yeah. Okay, now we're on to the final task.
Clean sweep. Salvatore is on the final task here. He has to put these 4 objects away on the respective cubes.
So we've already seen the Lego, I think, is already in position. There is a key here.
A key, and finally, the trickiest one is the marble. So
which
this
is
marble,
underneath here, the blue box. So there is a marble, which he has to pick up.
and he has to
Done that.
balance it on top of not that cube, the other one. Yep. And it has to be there in the middle
Oh,
as he
he's
crosses,
done it.
and he's
Wow.
finished.
That was
What
an epic
a blistering run from Salvatore and team Bion IT. This was an incredible first race.
They
oh my
are
gosh.
going to be very happy with that, I'm sure.
What
okay.
a strong start. And
We're
to
back
be
with
expected.
Min now. What I've loved about Min is that she said, you know, she's taking part in this competition. She said, it's not just for me, it's so it can help other people who have, you know, a prosthesis as well. And she's done such a fantastic job here.
They're
One more element, is it?
And how are they for time? They might be
She's
out of
just
time.
checking the marble. Oh, the marble!
The marble is on the edge of the table. No, that's okay. That's okay. She can put it back. She can put it back. It is not a task fail unless that marble falls onto the floor.
Oh, she was so lucky there, though, wasn't she? It was really teetering on the edge of the table.
I can't believe she recovered in time. Great. And now she just has to put the key in, and she is good to finish.
What I love is Min's absolute focus. She is not being phased by anything at all.
Last
Super
object.
concentrated. The key
And
goes in, easy.
she's done. Yes.
Wow.
Fast.
Min Chu completes for hands-on, and that is a wonderful run there. We can see the emotion at the end of it, the smile,
The nerves.
the
yes.
relief.
The relief once they finish that run.
Qualifying 1 is done.
All the teams can breathe a sigh of
They
relief.
can breathe. I think we can breathe as well, Adrian. My heart is pumping here watching that. Okay, let's take a little bit of a reminder of the moments behind this first qualifying run that we have seen. It was a great start from Salvatore. Very confident.
Sylvia, we see here working on the cups.
And this is what you spoke
And again,
about.
this is what I said. So they made changes to their prosthesis between the last half a year to address this task so that they could screw the light bulb in.
So they knew that that was going to be, or it had been a problem before, and they've really tackled it and addressed it well. The hot wire was fascinating to watch, but we have seen some very confident, committed, dedicated and concentrated performances from our pilots so far in qualifying 1, which really has lit up the Swiss arena here.
What an amazing start to CYBATHLON 2024.
And breathe, everybody. That was an amazing first qualifying session, Adrian. You know, all the elements out there are challenging, but I think those final ones, certainly when you get to the light bulb and you get to the marble, the final challenge itself, we were kind of on edge here, leaning in so we could watch a little bit closer. It was great.
Well, we know that marble creates some dramatic moments, and that's also why we wanted to put it near the end, because we knew right at the end, once the pilots are right at their limits, we don't want to make it easy for them.
No, absolutely. No. Let's find out how our host is feeling right now then after that first qualifying session. Abby, that was great, yeah?
Bex, Adrian, I just think throughout the course of these 3 days, I am going to be just with a jaw open wide of what we are spectating. It's incredible. The atmosphere inside this stadium is amazing. There's so much support for these pilots. But just seeing what they were doing, I agree with you on the hot wire. I have trouble doing that at the best of times. When you throw in that this is a sporting competition and that they've trained for days, weeks, months, some have done it for years, and you think about the adrenaline that goes into those moments, how to operate it with that level of focus and precision in this environment is just incredible.
It really is incredible, and I think, you know, for the pilots out there right now, they've done their first run. As Adrian said, you know, they calmed the nerves a little bit because there's a lovely atmosphere in this stadium right now, but actually being the first up of the day as well, I think that's psychologically important. You are the first qualifying session of the whole day. You're kicking off CYBATHLON. Go out there, do your best time. Talk about pressure.
Yeah, and they're setting the pace for the rest of the teams that are going to come onto the competition track, so we're seeing an incredibly strong show.
We really are. Abby, back to you.
Thank you both. Well, it is a sporting competition, so we've got to make sure that it's fair. So each and every one of the pilots are checked by a doctor. This is the pilot med check.
Ich bin die medizinische Koordinatorin vom CYBATHLON und wir machen heute zusammen den Med-Check für BCI vom Antonio Studene, richtig?
As one of the CYBATHLON's doctors, Verena Klamroth virtually re-examines all the pilots, confirming the medical documents submitted once again.
Ihr habt hier angekreuzt, du kannst den Brustkorb nicht stabilisieren, aber du sitzt jetzt auf dem Stuhl ohne Lehne, sehe ich das richtig? Also ohne Seitenstütze.
Also ich habe überhaupt keine Rumpfstabilität.
Ja.
Das heißt, jetzt eben am Bett zum Beispiel seitlich sitzen würde oder so, habe ich überhaupt keine Stabilität. Ich muss mich immer festhalten oder irgendwie anhalten.
The inclusion criteria. Does somebody really have a paraplegia or is it only one-sided like this? So we really look, does he have the disease which qualifies for this race? And we are horribly strict because we want that every pilot starts under the same conditions. Okay, gut. Jetzt machen wir gleich auch in die andere Richtung, ja? Und jetzt gegen ihren Widerstand, also dass dagegen gedrückt wird und du zeigst, dass du da volle Kraft hast. Ja, das sieht so aus, oder? Jetzt frage ich die Ärztin, ist da volle Kraft?
Nicht voll, 70% ungefähr.
Okay. We have it very well organized. So the team is somewhere in the world, can be Timbuktu, it doesn't matter where, but they have a medical doctor with them. And we have the computer, we watch the patient, and my colleague, the medical doctor, and I communicate. Like, I want to see the wrist function. And this neurologist on the other side knows exactly what I'm talking about because they're standardized tests, and I tell him, please do this test, and he does it, and I observe. Okay, also Antonio, ich hatte ja schon diesen Score vorliegend und das entspricht jetzt genau dem. Ich freue mich sehr, du bist dabei.
Vielen Dank.
Viel Spaß, gute Reise. Vielleicht sehen wir uns dann.
For Verena Klamroth, the CYBATHLON is still a very special event. She remembers the first day as if it was yesterday.
It was one of the most exciting days in my life, really. It was so great to see these pilots, people who are severely handicapped, and I think the whole audience felt this is not about having pity, this is not about a disease, we are here at a competition. They are fighting, we are fighting, and it just catches you.
It's thanks to helping hands like Verena Klamroth that an event like this is possible in the first place. With such joy and enthusiasm, they play a big part in this competition.
What a wonderful mantra there. It really does capture the spirit of this sporting competition, and this is about innovation, it's about forward thinking, it's about solution, it's about what these pilots can do for themselves, but for others in the world who have similar disabilities. Bex and Adrian, they get another go now at this qualifying run. Can they go any faster? There's that incredible balance that they've got to find between speed and precision.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think second go now could well be faster. You know, those nerves have gone. Adrian, I'm not sure if you agree with me here, but another run, what do you think?
Well, every team will have a different strategy. They might decide, let's go all out on the first task and then get a good score, or let's play it safe and see how many we can get.
Let's find out then. We are preparing now then for the second qualifying session. We will see the same teams again go for a second run here. And the same rules apply. Again, it's 10 points per task completed. I'm quite excited to see how they do on this one, whether the times indeed will be faster, what strategies they employ, and we'll be having a look at the various tasks as we build up to it. But fantastic to see a great amount of people here. I love the fact that the teams are up in the stands as well. They're cheering on. They've got the flags.
Yep, teams are here, schools are here, and they're all here to cheer on these pilots.
No, it's great to see preparations then. They are just a moment away from the second qualifying session. And as Abby mentioned earlier, Adrian, you know, the arm prosthesis discipline here has the highest number of people competing this weekend, and that's fantastic to see. And all the technology that has gone into place with the companies, the universities, the students who are helping to create this technology to move forward, it's changing every year, and bringing it to somewhere like CYBATHLON that everyone can see what everyone is using. They can take tips from each other. You know, it's not a case of I'm spying on your technology. It's collaboration. Everyone is trying to work towards a common goal here.
No, of course, the teams support each other, they learn from each other, and they meet and discuss the challenges, what happened, what worked with this task, what didn't work, and they observe strategies and they learn and they adapt. And that's what we saw with Hansen from China.
Yes.
So they couldn't screw that light bulb in 6 months ago, and now Min just flew right through it. And we're constantly seeing the technology change and upgrade with the experience that they have with these races.
Like an absolute pro, the countdown has begun then. Let's get ready for qualifying session 2 for the arm prosthesis. Here we go. We kick off again with Didalonic UPV. Sylvia here, who again bypasses the first task and heads to the kitchen task.
Similar strategy here. So she's going to the third task first and doing the storing the dishes.
And again, talk us through here, you know, like you said before, different levels, but what has she got to focus on?
Yeah, so to open and close the gripper of her hand, she has to contract the muscles on her stump, on her upper arm. And when you're changing levels, when you're moving the arm above and below, it can actually make it harder to both coordinate the lifting of the shoulder and the release and contraction of the muscles on the stump. And that's why this task is so challenging. They have to be able to do that over different postures.
She did this so well earlier, didn't she? And she's replicating that. You know, there's a calmness of movement here. She doesn't seem stressed at all. It's very fluid.
Yeah. So Sylvia now has to grab the knife and also a pair of chopsticks.
Yeah, not the easiest objects to be lifting up.
Not the easiest ones to lift. And you can see she's only using a thumb and the first two fingers in a pinching grip in order to grab the end of that knife. So she has to position the hand and then instruct the prosthesis to close in that position. And you can see sometimes it doesn't work.
And there can be a bit of frustration, I'm sure, from the pilot in that moment. We're already underway then with Bionic Labs 1 with Salvatore Di Cilis, who had such a fantastic run in the first qualifying session.
And I love this task here, right? Because we have these large red balls in the pots and the pans that actually roll around when they're trying to lift these containers.
Again, it's a pass. He's doing exceptionally well with this. Is what we saw in the first qualifying session. All our teams now then are underway. Hands-on, our Chinese team has started with Min Chu.
Yep, and you can see again how quickly she's able to load the bottles up. And watch how she controls the gripper, okay? You see her right shoulder, her left shoulder? As she protracts and retracts that elbow, the gripper opens and closes. And she's actually using an electronic system that reads the position of her left shoulder to open and close the gripper of her right. So unlike Sylvia, she's controlling her gripper completely differently with changes of her other shoulder. And you can see this works very reliably for her.
It does. I mean, she's been working with Hands-On for a number of years to develop this system, and they have got it down pat at the moment, haven't they? Because she is making everything look very, very easy, very straightforward. It isn't, but she's making it look easy.
It's fascinating because 2 years ago when they came, their device was fully body-powered, which meant that when she moved her shoulder, the force from her shoulder actually had to hold the gripper shut. Then, about a year ago, they actually electrified that system, and now it goes fly-by-wire.
Wow. That's the kind of technology we see on cars.
Yes, and on airplanes. It's really the same. It's really the same.
Okay, let's go back to Salvatore now then, who has he successfully taken off and well, put on and taken off the sweatshirt here, and he has to take the blue peg and clip it on, and it is a pass.
Yep, and now onto the DIY, and again, he's starting with that light bulb, trying to get the hardest one out of the way.
Okay, let's have a look at the light bulb then, because this is not straightforward because they're coming at an angle, as you mentioned.
Yes, and see how he has to release his grip without unscrewing the light bulb. But he's doing this really well. I think he might have this on the first shot. Let's go, Salvatore. Come on.
Yeah, I mean, there's patience involved here. He's not getting frustrated.
No. It's in. Okay, good.
Moment.
And now he can rotate it. Is he going to get it to light up? Yes. It's good.
And it lights up. He's off. He's done that one. That is a successful light bulb installation. But
much better than the first time.
More different facets here. So he has to use the hammer and put the nail and make it go straight through here.
He has to break the surface of the wood, and then he can pull it out.
So here we're using force with the prosthesis.
Yes, so he has to keep his hand tightly closed over the hammer while smashing it into the nail. And this is really, really difficult because of the sharpness of the impacts.
And then remove the nail. He's done too good a job in putting the nail in, I think.
Yeah. Oh, and
there
it's
we
out.
go.
He's good.
I know, he can move on now then.
That's
Next
another pass.
task. And the team there in the stands cheering him on.
And now this is a great one, so they have to unscrew the caps of the different bottles in the jars. This is something also, I don't know if you've ever had to deal with a stuck jar on a jam.
Many times, Adrian, many times.
Oh, and he almost knocked that cap off.
If that cap had fallen on the floor,
it would have been game over. This task would have been failed. But he is speeding through these, taking the lids off with ease. And that's good. He's done. He only has to take them off. He skips the haptic bag and goes straight to the hot wire.
Now, we saw him do a great job on this one earlier. Now we're back with Min Chu here, who you mentioned earlier, you mentioned a couple of times that they really trained at this to make it as optimum as possible.
Yeah.
And as you were saying, the fully rotating.
The fully rotating wrist, she doesn't have to do any elbow motion in order to manipulate the wrist.
Okay, Salvatore, can we make it through the hot wire without touching it?
He's got the wire in his way.
Oh, that's such a shame.
But that's okay. In his previous attempt, he passed this one.
Yes. Okay, so we move on to the stacking of cups, but we're back with hands-on team now. We're on to the final section of the DIY.
And Min is actually shaping up for a perfect run here as well. She has not failed a single task so far.
Again, you can see the green on the graphics just above her name. That is indicating what they've passed, what they failed, and she has all green right now, meaning every task has been passed successfully. So with the blue bottles, then they have to have the grip,
on
And
the
then
bottle,
with the-
and then
yes.
the blue caps, they have to hold the caps, right? So you
Yeah.
can see they have to switch between stabilizing the cap and stabilizing the bottle. Min's strategy here is actually to just hold the cap and twist the entire bottle with her, other hand.
Whatever
But it
strategy
works.
works.
And now, this is fascinating. Okay, so many teams have skipped the haptic bag. They have to retrieve the correct objects from the bag without seeing.
Oh, so that is difficult. So how is that possible then? Is it, what techniques are they using here to be able to do this swiftly and effectively, as Min is showing us again that she's doing?
So Min and Team CYBATH, they actually have a camera on the inside of the prosthesis, which can see inside.
Okay.
And it's using convolutional neural networks to detect the objects that are inside of the bag and relay that as visual information to the pilot. And this is incredible. She's 3 for 3, and all she has to do is retrieve the cube, and she solved this task. And that's amazing. She can't look inside and see what objects that she's holding. The prosthesis has to do all of that for her.
Okay, it was a perfect score. It is a perfect score. Will it be on the hot wire? Because she did this incredibly quickly earlier on. She
Let's see if
sets
she can do it
herself
again.
up. Okay. She's almost ready to go. Here we go.
Oh my gosh. It's just how quick she is moving.
It's so smooth, Adrian. You know, there is no...
There's no
even though-
hesitation. She is
Exactly.
just blazing through this task.
balletic almost, you know, these movements that we're seeing.
Oh my god. I can't believe
perfect.
this. And then she lets go. Min is about to complete a perfect run here. If she can pull off the cups and the clean sweep task, she will have 10 for 10, a perfect score. And we've already seen her do this one. This is easy. With the way that wrist moves, she stacks these cups so quickly.
Why? So, talk to me about what she's doing with her left arm here.
Yeah, so you can see every time she reaches the left arm, the gripper opens. And when she retracts it back, it closes.
So, as you mentioned before, her left
shoulder is controlling the opening.
Controlling the opening and closing. That is extremely clever and extremely
And
effective.
look at how quick she's completing this task. It's just automatic.
It's a green flag. We've got one more to go.
One more task.
Can she get the perfect score here?
And she has 50 seconds to finish this task before the time runs out. So it's not just completing it. She has to be under 8 minutes. Otherwise, she will fail this task.
Okay, so she's
40
picked
seconds.
up the Lego now. This is going to be a real...
This is going to be close.
Oh
my gosh.
Just dropped it.
She has to get this Lego in, and
And
30
the time,
seconds left.
unfortunately, is ticking away here on this final task.
We are so close to seeing a perfect run here. She cannot drop this Lego piece.
So
she has to
remember,
get it in.
8 minutes. We're on 7:40
20 seconds
now.
left.
20 seconds is going to
3
be
more objects.
a real challenge.
She's
but
going
she goes
for the marble.
marble.
She has the marble. It's not quite there, and there's 8 seconds left. Oh, I don't know. Can she do it in 4 seconds?
Oh, I don't think so, unfortunately. I mean, she's trying her best here, but yeah, she's gone over time with the final task, so that is a fail. But my goodness, what an exceptional run.
7:03 for 9 tasks, and she can do this. She could have done that. That was close.
It was
that was so
very
close.
close. Very close, but she has to be proud of what she's achieved there. We've seen some beautiful motions, certainly on the hot wire. That was just
I don't think she could have
poetic.
saved. I don't think she could have saved any more time on that hot wire task. Like that was
no.
already as fast as I've seen it done.
Okay, we have had our second qualifying session. We've seen, again, some brilliant motions from our pilots to try and achieve the ultimate here and get the best time in qualifying to make sure that they head into the final. That is the objective here with these sessions. We've seen a great run from Min and from Salvatore.
Incredible. And if they're good enough to make it to the finals, we might even be able to see some better times and some higher scores here.
The hot wire, I think, was one of my favorites to actually watch because we know ourselves how difficult this is. But Min's dexterity and also her calmness in every single task is very, very inspiring. Okay, we'll catch our breath here in commentary. Let's head in to our host, Abby.
Thank you so much, Bex. We Oh, with the winner Salvatore. He hasn't given me the heads up that he would like a translator, so maybe you can come in. I know you were trying to get someone else as well. So we'll see how this goes, because you have just gone through 2 qualifying runs. So I'll make this very simple. Congratulations. Look, how tricky was that?
Ho avuto un problema che non si è mai presentato.
There is a problem for the bulb because in the first race the bulb don't rotate so well, and in the second race it was so nervous. So there is a problem that there weren't before.
It's a really interesting concept on the nerves with the competition and with the precision, and we saw that on the hot wire, didn't we, in the second one?
Yeah, of course. There is a problem. C'era un problema nel hot wire.
Yes, but this task is very difficult for stress, and the line,
there was a cable on the hot wire.
It's stressful in a normal situation, let's be honest. You're putting it into a global competition and in months of training, but well done. It was incredible to watch, and that time difference as well with the team from China as well, but you're through. So thank you, and thank you. You can't speak English.
No.
Just a little, just a little. Okay, thank you, well done. So we mentioned earlier that we have 8 disciplines competing in the CYBATHLON, and that's the first one, the Arm Prosthesis race, and you've got so much more activity and action and sportsmanship, and gosh, there's just so much that goes into this, so much human emotion at the heart of it as well. The next one, and I have been seeing them warm up on the side of the track here, is FES. It is Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. Let's find out a little bit more.
The next CYBATHLON discipline today, the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. Cycling despite complete paraplegia. Functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. By placing electrodes on the skin, currents are applied to the muscles, making them contract. The paralyzed legs start pedaling. Pilots cover a virtual 1,960-meter course.
The pilot is using a throttle, is kind of a throttle that can be used in the motorbikes, but instead of to increase the engine performance, they are increasing the intensity of these electrical muscles. So if you send electrical signals with high intensity, they will get tired and they cannot finish it. So the pilots, they have to have a strategy to play with these electrical signals.
Whoever crosses the 1,960 meters first or completes the longest distance within 8 minutes wins the race.
Yes, so the FES race is up next. There is, I have to be honest here, an amazing atmosphere in this stadium, and they are being wheeled on now. And we saw some of this in practice yesterday. It's just extraordinary, as is the whole of CYBATHLON. Bex Williams, in this next discipline, will be joined by a new expert in Young-Kuk Kim.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, Young is here alongside me. We're looking forward to this one, the first qualifying session.
Yep.
Young, and what are we going to be looking for in this opening qualifying session race?
So these teams they're going to be testing their strategy, as mentioned in the explainer video. So we will have to see how far they travel within 8 minutes, or whether they can finish with the whole race is a different question. So yeah, it would be really exciting to watch them cycling for the next 8 minutes.
Next 8 minutes, absolutely. Yeah. And we're going to get going very shortly. And of course, we have different teams here again. Let's take a look at where our teams are heading from for this one. So for the Functional Electrical Stimulation race, which we call FES, we are welcoming 3 teams here: Hunfes, Palimi 2, Vienna FES here, and in Seoul, Begin Again, or Be Again, depending on how you want to go. It's 2 meanings in one team. So let's find out what the pilots are going to expect. Let's have a little introduction.
we welcome Team Hanfest and their pilot Shaba Shamosi.
2012. júniusában sérültem, ez 11 éve. A rehabilitációmmal kapcsolatba kerültem a festnevezetű lehetőséggel. Az tartott körülbelül egy évig. Hát nem tudom, hogy mennyire látszik a videón, gyakorlatilag fontosnak tartom, hogy ne csak a felső test legyen karbantartva, hanem a lábak is megfelelő módon a körülményekhez képest edzésbe legyenek. Ez rendkívülien befolyásolja a vérkeringést is. Hasonló helyzetben lévő embereknél meg szoktam figyelni, hogy
Lining up on track 2 from Italy, we welcome Team Polimi 2 and pilot Andrea Gatti.
Ciao, sono Andrea Gatti, ho 42 anni e mi alleno 2 volte a settimana con la FES per CYBATHLON 2024. E ormai sono 3 anni che mi alleno col team.
Our prototype has been enhanced and improved a lot since the beginning. Now we are working a lot on the training protocol, on the training program. The main strength of our team are for sure the young age, which make it very enthusiastic and bringing new ideas every day.
Dovete iniziare a temermi per CYBATHLON 2024 perché intendo arrivare primo.
We look over to station number 3 and Austria. Aus Österreich, Team Vienna FES 1 and pilot Nikolaus Tellian.
Macht einfach Spaß. Die größte Freude ist zu sehen, dass mit jeder Woche irgendwie ein paar Sekunden, 10 Sekunden länger geht die Stimulation. Das Training selber ist natürlich hart, das in den Alltag einzubauen. Es ist nicht immer lustig, es ist nicht immer einfach. Der Spaß kommt erst dann, wenn man sieht, was man erreicht hat.
We're able to actually measure the power as well during cycling, which is a very cool thing. Especially because we are able to do that at a very high sample rate, which the power meter is normally not intended to.
Das ist die große Motivation, dass ich nicht nur 5 Minuten am Liegerad liegen kann und treten kann, sondern dass man draußen in der Natur auch eine halbe Stunde fahren kann.
And joining us live all the way from Seoul in Korea, we welcome Team B Again 2 and pilot Suan Kim.
BA Gain 2 is a team from South Korea in collaboration between multiple universities and with the team from different areas like medicine, science and technology. They created an ultra-lightweight smart bicycle for smooth riding. Their pilot Soan Kim joined the team for the first time this year. After the team already scored 5th place in the 2020 CYBATHLON competition, Kim wants to score an even better result this year. BA Gain stands for giving people with disabilities courage and hope to help them live a new life.
Well, we have now met the pilots. They are making sure that they are ready to go for this race. It's 8 minutes.
Yep.
Young, which might not sound like a lot of time, but it is, because the fatigue that these pilots can experience in such a length of time. And what we're giving here is points per every 200 meters achieved within this race, 10 points per every 200 meters. Would you say the fatigue is one of the biggest points that we're looking for? And how to kind of strategically combat the fatigue, maybe?
Yeah, as you rightly pointed out, so muscle fatigue is one of the key points that they really have to consider. So for normal able-bodied people, the way that we contract muscle is voluntarily when we do that. We do that in an efficient and well-conserved energy, conserving energy manner. Where with FES, it's a slightly different approach. So the muscle gets tired quite quickly. And so as you said, 8 minutes can be seen as a short period of time, but for these pilots, it's actually a tremendous, quite long period of time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So how can they potentially combat then the stimulus that they're getting into their muscles? Can that stimulus be controlled to maybe help with the fatigue in some way?
Yeah, so in previous videos, as they said, they have a throttle which they can change the intensity of the electrical current that goes through their muscle that is responsible for pedaling. Also, they have different ways of attaching this electrical pad, where you can see these white patches. They have different various placements, and the various sizes comes in place. So it's quite hard for an audience to see how much of effort that goes in the system.
Yes, I'm sure. Andrea Gatti's giving us the countdown there visually and audially about how many seconds we have to start. You see the countdown. And we are underway, and we will get to see it as well as the pilots getting to see it in a virtual world. So you can see who is faster, who's ahead. But again, we talked about this when we've been rehearsing ourselves, Young.
Yeah.
The fact that, you have a little bit of a tactic here.
Yeah.
Where you push, where you hold back. Maybe you'll sprint towards the end section, who knows?
Yeah, yeah, that's all comes into place as well. But the level of electric current also has to be quite meticulously controlled as well. So they control it by looking at the pedaling movement. So maybe pushing is requiring extra current, or maybe pulling the pedal. So there's a lot of stuff going on, really.
There is, and they are controlling that themselves.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, so okay, there's a lot going on. Okay, we're with Andrea Gatti now, who we're watching in the virtual world. You can see all 4 of our pilots represented here, and on the screen you'll be able to see once they pass the certain sectors, the tasks past the green. I love Nicolaus Tellien, who we can see at the side here, who's also working out with his arms. I mean, is that helping in some way, or is he just, I'm a fitness freak and I'm going to do a double workout here?
Maybe that as well, but no, doing that increases his heart rate, so that kind of makes it easier for him to push to the pedaling.
Okay.
Yeah, so he's not. It's
not because he really wants to work out. It's actually helping him pedal because he's increasing his heart rate. He's also motivating the crowd here as well.
Yes, it's great to see that.
It's a triple action that he's doing here.
Yeah.
But what we're seeing as well, Young, is different styles of bikes here, because certainly for some of our pilots, they are more laid back, let's say. Some are more upright. We're seeing very different designs. Let's talk about what we see here with the Korean team.
Yeah, so actually this is the only team that actually build a bike from the scratch. And they also allow the movement of the hip, because the idea is that they think that cycling is just not low limb movement, but it's the whole body movement. So this and as you said, they have different types of bike, and they tailor it around the pilots that they have.
And the pilots work very, very closely then with the teams over the years, weeks, months that they've been together. And it's not just, they're not just doing this for fun and competing in CYBATHLON. This is actually a rehabilitation for the lower limbs that are not being obviously used. They're stimulating the muscles.
Yeah, I mean, so this is not only for competition, right? As you said, it is part of their rehabilitation plan. So they can't voluntarily move their legs without this electrical current. And it is just fascinating how this electric stimulus can activate nerves, which induce muscle contractions. And by doing that, it restores or enhances the functional movement of these muscles.
Now, our Italian competitor, that is Andrea Gatti, is leading at the moment. It might not be evident on the screen in front of you, but he is in the lead.
Yeah.
1 lap to go then, 1 lap left. And, you know, we were wondering, we were talking, and it's a difficult one to actually gauge, but when you put the FES bikes in the arena now with people and there's this motivating crowd behind you, how much that actually stimulates as well the pilots from a competitive nature.
Yeah, I was actually thinking earlier, you know, they are just normally ordinary people, right? So actually doing a sports or doing a specific task in front of a huge, large audience can be quite daunting for some people. But as you can see, Nicolas, he's enjoying it.
He is enjoying it.
Yeah,
I mean, but it is I mean, he's got a huge smile on his face here. It's great to see you, Nicolas. We love you too. But it is exhausting work. This is superhuman effort to do this.
Yeah. I mean, they may seem quite easy, but these pilots are putting so much effort into this. They'll get tired after this race for sure.
Yeah, absolutely, and then go into recovery mode. But it is fantastic to see it right now. Andrea Gatti, who we said was doing so well here in the lead, he looks, when we're looking to the side screen here, very, very relaxed, very calm, very focused, Young.
Yeah, and you can see all these people are cycling in a quite smooth manner as well, which is quite phenomenal, really. Sometimes, as you can see, So and Kim, the Korean team, is struggling a bit.
Struggling a little, yeah. You talked about it during the week, getting into this beautiful rhythm, which we're seeing with Gatti here, and it looks smooth. It doesn't. There is massive effort. Don't get me wrong, but he's making it look easy.
Yeah, he really does. I mean, at the moment, I don't think he's changing much, because I think once he's got into the rhythm, you know, you probably don't change much of your strategy. But just to get into that right spot on, it takes, you know, tremendous amount of work, you know, long period of time. And this is the result of that hard working throughout the year.
It's all coming into pay then as we watch the qualifying session here of FES. We're heading towards the final sector of it. We're watching Saba Shamosi right now from Hungary.
Yeah, he's very calm as well. And these people also do have play table tennis competitively as well.
Yes, I saw that. Saba and Gatti are both very, have a great table tennis prowess. He knows he's doing well. That increases the cheering here in the Swiss arena. He is making it look easy, and it is looking like an exceptional run.
It's really great to see this, really.
It is fantastic, and you know, it's a double kind of barrel thing, because it is rehabilitation. I think it was Nicolas that was saying to fit this into your daily life can be quite difficult. It's not an easy thing to do, but the after effects from it are so satisfying, and knowing that you've done it. And right now they're doing it in competition mode against each other, so that's an extra acceleration of motivation there. You can just see from Niklaus's expression here, you know, we're getting on, it's a minute to go, and it's hard work now.
His focus, he really wants to get this done. Yeah, it's for them finishing the whole races can be just such an achievement.
It's a huge achievement, it really is. So we continue to watch then, the countdown clock is on, unfortunately, for Begin Again. It is looking a little tough.
Yeah. But it's a great spirit to see not her to give up, but just keep cycling.
Keep going, exactly. And it's that motivation, that self-belief in yourself. I want to finish this, I want to complete it.
And I think you need that for rehabilitation. It's a long, enduring journey. So, you know, if you're going to be, their spirit is just not, they just don't like to give up. Really.
No, and that is that never give up spirit, which you absolutely have to have, and every single one of these pilots has it, and it's extraordinary to see. Gatti then, confirmation on the board there of the points, 90. That is a fantastic result. Nicolas delighted to have completed also. And you can see on 80 points there for Saba, 60. The time limit, of course, is up, so 60 points there. And for Kim, 40 points. And you can hear the support in the background.
Yeah,
And that's important as well. We can see the team here, everyone around them, the support system, Young, that's so important.
It really is collaborative work. It's not just the pilot itself, but it's the whole team behind the team working together to, to produce this result.
And it is a fantastic result. And seriously hard work. You can see the delight on Andrea's face there, getting a hug from the team. That is a job well done. And really fueled on, I think, by the atmosphere in this arena as well.
It's really impressive.
It is really impressive. So some fantastic moments that we've seen, and as Young mentioned, the belief that these pilots have to have in themselves. They want to continue on, even if things aren't going well in this race. It's the first qualifying race for them. They continue on, as we're seeing with Kim here. We've seen some beautiful moments, some really fantastic sportsmanship, but also making it look easy, the ease of movement, which has brought speed for Gatti and the best result on top of the table with 90 points. But the emotions have been high here for Nikolaus. He certainly had the biggest smile out there. And we will be hearing from our pilots very shortly with Abby. Let's cross out into the arena now.
Andrea, he has told me he can definitely speak a little bit of English. He's in the recovery mode, of course. Italians are dominating. They just won the qualifying heat in the Arm Prosthesis race and now in Fez. Andrea, it wasn't until about 90% through that your calm composure suddenly got very excited that you knew you were winning.
Sono molto contento. I'm very exciting, very, very beautiful.
Yes. And there's wonderful sportsmanship because we saw Nicholas here congratulate you as well.
Yes, he's good man, good performer.
Anything that you will learn to take forward into the final, Andrea? Anything from this experience today for the next few days?
In italiano direi che lo sport è davvero una cosa importante, che aiuta.
You're going to have to translate.
Okay. He said that in this experience he learned about the importance of sport. And I also can say that Andrea is a very special man. He has a very sport athlete mentality. He's an athlete, actually.
We know what he's achieved on the table tennis court, of course, and 7th here in 2020, so maybe he'll go a step better this year. Thank you so much to both of you. Congratulations. We are going to continue with the disciplines here in CYBATHLON, so 2 down. The next one up is known as Robot Assistance Race. Let's find out more.
Now, the assistance robot race. The pilots must complete 10 tasks. Let's look at some of the challenges. During the first task, pilots must use their assistance robot to remove a parcel from a mailbox and place it on a table. Next, pilots must bring a toothbrush to their mouth with the help of the assistance robot. Then the pilots are asked to hang a scarf on a clothesline with the help of the assistance robot. This task is a bit of a challenge, and it's even called Spice Up. The teams have to grab the correct object and set it down on a predefined location. Pilots score 10 points per task. The pilot completing the most tasks while clocking the fastest time wins the race. They have a maximum of 10 minutes to complete the 10 tasks.
So now you have discovered a little bit more about the robot assistance race. It's quite an extraordinary competition, this one. And Bex will be joined by Felix Ebb.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yes, it's a change of expert. They're rotating just as the disciplines are today. Felix Erb joins me. Felix, welcome.
Thank you. Great to be here.
We're looking forward to this robot assistance race, or ROB for short. There's a lot going on here, and we're going to see different technology on the floor today. Yes, varying technology.
very different, but they do have in common that they rely on a device that manipulates for the pilot.
Yes. And that is all important. Okay, and talking of the pilots, again, we have a range of teams competing in this discipline. So we're going to take a look at where those teams are hailing from. So for the assistance robot race, then, we are taking a look at 3 different teams here. The EDAN team, BH Fair 1 and Robust will be competing, and we're looking forward to seeing what action will be out on the track. It is a 10-minute session with 10 different tasks. Now, it might sound like a lot of time, 10 minutes, Felix, but it really isn't for the tasks that have been designed here. Let's take a look at them then. We've got mailbox here. This is the first task. Talk us through it.
The mailbox task, it simulates an environment where you would get home. So what would you do first? You check your mailbox. And we wanted to sort of do that in an abstract way, and we chose this mailbox. So the pilot or the device needs to get the parcel and put it on a table.
So they need to get the parcel actually out of the mailbox, which can prove challenging itself.
That's already the first technical hurdle, that this is actually a difficult task for a robot to do.
Okay, and then we move on with the task. You can see the table there that they have to put the package on. So that's requiring a certain amount and a level of capacity, which we'll talk about when we get into the task itself. We can see our pilots lining up and ready. But we have various tasks. The toothbrush task is next. So you can see, you know, again, we're replicating everyday life issues that will come up for all of us. They have to manipulate the toothbrush.
Well, it's just a personal hygiene task. It's very difficult to accomplish by robots, and we want to have that on the track as well. And this is quite a tough task to do, because they have to manipulate the toothbrush to the pilot's mouth and do that in a safe way, which is paramount to any kind of assisting devices.
Okay. A bottle on the floor, and this is the pick-up task. And if you're clumsy like me, this is a regular task. I mean, you know, but having to actually pick something up on the floor and then place it on the table.
It's a very relevant task, because what if you can't move it and you're blocked, you cannot go further. And we wanted to have that in the race as well, just to indicate that having an object on the floor might be no issue for able-bodied people, but when you rely on a robot to do that, it's vital to continue in life.
It is, absolutely. Everything you see here today will be an everyday life environment, a task that we accomplish daily. But it is an extra challenge, obviously. Let's take again then a look at the maps and see where our crews are hailing for the assistance robot race. And then, of course, we will meet the pilots behind the teams. Team EDAN, Team BH, Fair 1 and Robust.
The assistant robot race qualification round. On track number 1, we welcome from Germany aus Deutschland das Team EDAN und Matthias Atzenhofer.
The EDAN team is based in Germany. They aim to advance research in the field of assistive robotics.
Hi, mein Name ist Matthias Atzenhofer. Ich bin 30 Jahre alt und dieses Jahr beim CYBATHLON mit dabei.
Pilot Matthias Atzenhofer has muscular dystrophy. He is employed and works in an office.
Ich bin jetzt seit fast 2 Jahren bei EDAN mit dabei und es macht mir großen Spaß, mit diesem tollen Team zu arbeiten und mit dem Arm trainieren zu dürfen.
The wheelchair-based system EDAN combines innovative human-machine interfaces and intuitive control concepts to enable users to perform everyday tasks, like drinking or opening doors independently. In 2023, the German team already won the CYBATHLON challenge.
And we take a look at track number 2 and the home team aus der Schweiz. Wir begrüßen das Team BFH Fair 1 and Pilot Fritz Eichholzer.
Team BFH Fair is based in Bern, Switzerland's capital. The team's pilot is Fritz Eichholzer. Fritz was an electrical engineer. In 2018, just before retiring, he was involved in a severe cycling accident that left him quadriplegic. Fritz is taking part in the CYBATHLON for the second time. How will he and his team perform?
And completing the lineup on track number 3, they've traveled all the way from Hong Kong. We welcome team Robust and pilot Nguyen K Ho.
Well, we've met the pilots. Now then, it's time to get going with the discipline itself, with the first qualifying for the robot race. Rob, we are looking at 10 different tasks. That will involve solving tasks, avoiding obstacles, manipulating objects. And again, we have a time limit here. It is 10 minutes to complete 10 tasks. Brutal timing, Felix.
It is
we are
brutal.
putting the pilots under pressure.
Yeah, and we wanted to make it a real challenge, but I'm really curious to see, and I'm really looking forward to how far they come.
Yeah.
And I've seen that in their training, and they can make it.
Yeah, they
believe.
can. What I loved when we were watching the video of Fritz there, we had a shot into the audience and there was a Go Fritz banner that was up. That was really great. And I think, you know, we talk about it. There we go. Go Fritz.
Yeah, this is the team.
They're kind of relaxed for the moment. Go on, let's get those banners up. Fantastic. You know, the support with the team itself, but also family and friends who have come here. It's so important.
Such an inclusive environment. The teams not only work with the pilot for years, but they also work with their care persons and personnel. And this is really, and there are students involved in any of the teams, and this is really a joint project of.
Yeah, it really is, and such a collaboration. You know, we've seen with many of the pilots competing here, whether they have lost the use of their limbs through injury or whether it's a congenital issue from birth. They are all so motivated to work, to strive, to make a better world for themselves and for other people. And this is exactly what the universities and the companies, everyone who's involved in CYBATHLON is doing. This is for the greater good. They're trying to make it a more inclusive world. And the technologies we're seeing may well be diverse, but that's exciting that people have different ideas.
They have different ideas, they have different approaches, and yeah, it's just about who's going to be the best in this competition, right?
Yeah, well, absolutely.
But I think all of them are profiting from this
I think
development, and it's such a cool incentive to do this competition.
It is. I think we've got about 25 seconds to go. You can see the countdown clocks are getting underway to start. So there we go, 14 seconds. They need to be calm here as well. They're controlling themselves and the device. They need to be acting as one in these tasks. Okay, 1 second to go then. Let's start with the Edan team and Matthias here. The mailbox task, which first of all, Felix, he has to get the box successfully out of the mailbox.
Which is already a challenge for the gripper part of the device, but also, they're working with image recognition in order to see where the parcel needs to go before Matthias actually does. And this allows them to be very fast, and it allows the device to be very precise.
Yeah, it was a very fluid motion,
really
wasn't it?
Yeah.
Okay, so he's got a good grip on the box itself. He now just has to place it onto the table. And make sure it doesn't fall on the floor.
It shouldn't fall off the table, but it can be dropped to the table.
We saw one pilot actually kind of throw a box on the table this week.
I mean, they're bending the rules to the best of their abilities. I would probably do the same too.
Okay, Fritz is underway. And we'll see some different strategies here in how they do manage to manipulate the box.
Again, I did a special modification to the gripper in order to do this task, and it works flawlessly.
Yes, so he's, as you said, with a special modification, able to grip right from the top there.
Right from the top, yeah. I think that's these small features that makes the system unique.
Okay, that was effectively done by Fritz. And that is the task passed. We have our referees at the side with the green and red flags. So the pickup section now. So accuracy and a good grip needed here.
Surprisingly, it's 1.5 liter of water, which is actually pushing towards the boundary of a manipulator.
Okay, let's move then to Team Robust and Pilot Ho. We've seen this in training sessions. It's a different technique. It's to bring out the box.
Use the surrounding to your advantage, and it's precisely that.
And that technique seems to really work for her. She gets a firm grip on the box itself and can make her way around to the table now and place it there. I remember that box needs to stay on the table. It cannot fall off. Okay, we're good. Fritz now approaching the pickup section. And you can see on the graphic just above Fritz's name that he's already passed 2 sections successfully. So they're both green.
Up to now.
Up to now.
Up to now.
And within the time limit.
Yeah, definitely.
So he's 2 minutes into the task. And he's already on the 3rd task. So he's doing well for time, actually.
That's really well, yeah. Time that they need, that they're gonna save, they're probably gonna need for the door task, which is later, which takes a bit more time. So the tasks are not designed to require the same amount of time.
Some are a little bit, let's not say less challenging than others.
No. No,
certainly
not at all.
None of them are easy out there.
But
this is the one that I'm really intrigued by, is when you do, like the toothbrush movement with the Apple, it's bringing technology quite close to your face, and the intricacies and the delicacy that's needed.
Considering that huge block of metal and plastic that right above hovers in front of your face, and this needs to be safe. There's no room for error. This cannot malfunction at any point, and the teams really took care and make sure that they have multiple layers of safety implemented in their devices, that cannot happen.
So you can see now he is moving very, very slowly through that crowd area.
Point landing.
Okay. Now we move on to the very next task. We're through the crowd and we're into what you guys decided to call Spice Up.
We called it Spice Up because it's spicy to solve. Of course, it should resemble a kitchen environment where you would have to get something from a cupboard, put it on a table. You might not know. You might not get all the items in the first run, as you would maybe forget some of them. So this is simulating an environment like that. You go to the table. Oh, I forgot my fork. I got my.
He did say, sorry, a red flag there, I think, for Fritz on that Apple section. I'm not sure exactly whether it didn't quite go.
Yeah, we might have to look at
we'll have a look at a replay of that later. But so just for clarity, the Apple has to touch the mouth.
Has to touch the mouth, and we instructed the pilot to not move towards the Apple, just to make it consistent throughout all pilots. Some of them have residual movement in their trunk, and we had to sort of restrict that in order to make it fair for the competition.
So we're into an area now with Team Robust, which is mimicking being in potentially a restaurant, train station, somewhere where there's
a very dynamic situation where you would have to look what is moving around you, and adjust accordingly.
It's so difficult because she cannot touch now the red markers. She has to avoid them.
As all items that are red are, if you touch them, or you, so unfortunately
the rear wheel, I think, just got caught there. But it is such a difficult one to negotiate.
Difficult. And we confined that space quite narrow. Oh, what's happening?
Okay.
Oh, we haven't missed that one.
Oh, no, with Matthias. So we're...
Oh, that's very unfortunate because...
He was going really well. Look, he was on 60 points, but something, unfortunately, has happened here.
That's really unfortunate because any external influence on the device leads to race determination.
So the race will be terminated for him because
at least they got
outside now assistance.
At least they got a second chance to do that. This is actually the first time that happened.
Oh, that's a real shame.
And of course it needs to be on the actual, when it actually counts.
That's really difficult, but this is, as you mentioned, the first qualifying session, so he will get another opportunity. It is not all over for getting through to the final. Back with Team Robust in the Spice Up area, which is then designed, as you said, to mimic the kitchen environment.
Yeah.
Get out the various objects.
And it is designed that that the pilot needs to go back to the table and figure out the next item to pick up.
So speed of movement
here. Speed of movement, adaptability, because it's not always going to be the same item. We have 4 items to choose, and the referee is sort of revealing a card where it says which item to get. So the pilots have to be adapting.
And yeah, she has to line up really correctly to be able to find the item, get the grip.
What she's doing, it's so focused. And has to switch between modes. She's controlling the robot with the device in the middle of her lap, and the wheelchair she's controlling on the right with this joystick. So they have a very manual control that they chose to go with, but it really shows that this can work.
Yeah, it's absolutely effective. Okay, we're back with Fritz. Team BH, fair one. And we move to the touch screen element of the tasks out there then.
That is a relevant task that you have to do in your daily life. Getting a ticket from a vending machine, tablets are everywhere.
Yeah, do you know what? They absolutely are. They're in stores now. You can order food with them. Like you say, you're getting train tickets, whatever. Life is starting to revolve around technology more and more and more. So the ability to be able to accurately touch a touch screen and select exactly what you want. Precise, yes, that's the word I was hunting for. Precisely.
Yeah, the items are so crowded together. We made it hard for them, but they can manage. And now we see that Matthias is already at the dishwasher, which is the last task before, and they are very well in time. But we'll have to see about the referee scoring, because they had to intervene into the system.
Okay, so we need to pull out the drawer now and select the plate. So there's a lot of things going on here with one of these final challenges. Well, the ultimate final challenge, dishwasher. Tell us, what was the thinking behind this one? Obviously, we replicate what we have.
We're replicating it, but we made it. We simplified it in order to make it competition possible. We couldn't get a real dishwasher that involves a lot of more sort of, we call that subtask. In a real dishwasher, you might have a stronger door shutting mechanism, so we had to adapt, but we still had the essence, I believe, of the dishwasher, where you would have a tray, and you have something on that tray, you need to get it out, and there's a door that opens towards you,
Now, we've seen him obviously complete further tasks. We saw a team member helping earlier on.
Yeah,
We've seen 2 fails, but he's continued on.
I mean, it's his right, and maybe they also want to get as much practice as they can.
Okay.
This is a very, I believe, optimistic approach.
Look at the countdown on the clock here, 8:42, and we have 10 minutes, remember, so we are up against it with Fritz
and there's still some movement
here.
involved in that task.
Just missing out on, but I have to say, Team Robust here are motoring on. I mean, this is amazing. Pilot Hose managed to get the plate down. Now she just has to cross the line. 70 points.
That's pretty good.
And 8 minutes, 26 seconds. Yeah, that's very impressive. And Fritz also completing 70 points on the board. So some really successful runs here. And we saw then with
it's
Matthias
really unfortunate.
Atzenhofer that, he had to have some kind of assistance in there. But also, aside from that, had a great run and passed many, many tasks.
It's a technical error that can happen anytime. It's just very unfortunate that this happens. He seems a bit...
He does seem a little bit disappointed there. So you can see the rankings there with a 441.
Yeah, it's not quite yet visible on what are the implications of that intervention.
This is the first qualifying session, though. They will, of course, get the opportunity to do all of this again. Let's take a look back at some of the moments then of our first run in the FES qualifying session. And Felix, we've seen some great moments, and I have to say, from all of the pilots, they did maybe more tasks than we were expecting. When rehearsals, they skipped some, they moved on, but here they've done an amazing job.
They had to do a full run, and really, it's really remarkable on how well they did in this. And this is just the first try.
It's really remarkable that we've seen such great results on the board in our first race. Did I say FES earlier? I did. We're in the robot race, of course. That's what I mean. We've got so many races today. But we are in the assistance robot race, of course. And it's been a brilliant result so far. Okay, we can all breathe then, because each task, as we mentioned, Felix, is a massive challenge to the pilots. They get the opportunity to have another go and refine maybe what wasn't quite as smooth the first time around.
Definitely, yeah. They have to fine-tune, they have to figure out what went wrong, and so they now have, I think, a few minutes just spare just to figure out, especially the Eden team, is to figure out what went wrong and how to not recreate that error in the second run.
And
that would be really unfortunate.
It would, and maybe that's a few anxious moments here where they try to rectify that. As we watch on here, I think we're going to head over to our host, Abby Stevens.
Bex, thank you. We are now joined by Kia Nazikitis, and Kia is one of the volunteers here at CYBATHLON, but you started way back in 2016, so tell us about that.
Hi, thank you very much. I started 2016. I was a part of the organization committee, and I was there responsible for the whole ticketing and the volunteers working for the ticketing department.
And we got you back again 4 years later, but in a voluntary capacity. So what brought you back?
It brought me back because it's a very nice event. I love the energy and the atmosphere about this event, especially 8 years ago when it was the first time. It was a great teamwork. And this year I thought, okay, I'll come back and work as a volunteer,
And what have you had to do so far?
I'm at accreditation, so I'm welcoming the volunteers and giving them the badges and the T-shirts,
How many volunteers are part of CYBATHLON 2024?
As I heard, about 600 this year, about 600 volunteers, and without the volunteers, this couldn't happen. Yeah.
Always, volunteers are such a huge aspect of these, international global events. But 600 is quite some number.
Yeah, but they're also like almost 1 week work. So they started already on Saturday or Sunday, I think, with Aufbau.
With the build, with the
building, preparation. So and every day they had to do some things. And of course, I think these days, Saturday and Sunday, with the competitions, there will be more others, yeah.
What is your favorite discipline? What have you enjoyed watching?
I don't know. I didn't have the opportunity so much to watch till now, but I think everything is very exciting. I think especially for us, we have everything, the hands and walking. Yeah, I think everything is all their own discipline. I don't know. Yeah.
I feel like we're watching something in the future that is happening before our eyes right in the present, and that is sort of blowing my mind a little.
This is amazing because we just were talking about the racing, and the girl was explaining about the like this technology is impulse the muscles so that they can move the legs. And yeah, like you said, maybe in the future this will be so developed that people really can walk or drive a bike. Yeah,
I know. I think that is something. It's like we're seeing what is possible now, and the impact of that hopefully is what is possible in the future. And it's that, that future-focused thinking that I'm sure brings these volunteers.
Absolutely. I think there are also a lot of volunteers studying, students. They study in this departments or this technology, and then they are interested anyway. So I didn't meet so many, but just in my group there, she's also like studying the medical techniques, and that's.
Kia, thank you for chatting to us. Enjoy the next few days. Make sure you keep coming back and being a part of the CYBATHLON events. Thank you so much for now. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
So there's so much that goes on into CYBATHLON. There's so much researchers, of course, that are part of the development, and they're researchers for each of the disciplines. Marco Hutter has an integral role in Rob. He is the originator behind the dogs. I won't give too much away about that because you'll see it coming up. I don't want to spoil any surprises. Let's hear from Marco now.
So when we started this whole development, the idea was really, can we make machines that have the ability to go anywhere, to go to places where today we have to send humans or animals, and where classic robotic systems are just not able to go. And for this you need legs. It's a very complex system, a system where you're not only dealing with control problems, but you're also dealing with perception problems. So how can a machine understand the world around it? How can it use all this data, interpret it, and do something with it? So it's really a research field that allows you to go in all kinds of different directions, and that gives a huge diversity, and it's very fascinating for the researcher. It took us about 15 years from kind of foundational research to commercial applications we see today. We had to build electronics that drive these motors, we have to develop our own windings of these motors, we create our own gears, we make the whole mechanical structures of these systems all the way to the software and intelligence that moves them forward. So you see here a whole fleet of different robots. These are different generations. This was the first prototype that was really sold at the larger scale from our startup, where we're using this here as a research prototype system. Next generation, which came out as a product. And what we're doing here is we make all kinds of modifications. We're adding new sensors, new payloads, we're developing new algorithms. And in the case of CYBATHLON, for example, we're adding even an arm on top of the system. You have on one side a machine that can do certain things in an autonomous way, move somewhere, maybe grab something. You can tell the robot, go there and do something. But then when it comes to special cases, something the robot has never faced or is not able to do, we would like to give the full controllability to the operator, and that goes through a mouse joystick. So with the mouse, they can, similar to when you're gaming, guide the robot in very detailed. And what we realized on the way is that with the driver that is coming regularly to the lab, working with us, well, there is actually need for that, and it is really helpful. And that also kind of motivates me and the whole team that we want to invest a lot more resources into this and make sure that we somehow satisfy the needs on the other side, because the expectations obviously are more than what they have today. They want these machines to be more capable, more versatile, to be really useful in a broad scale. But I think after the CYBATHLON, I'm pretty convinced that we're going to see solutions like this out in the world. I think we're doing what we're doing because we love the job, and that's what's driving us, what's driving the whole team here. I mean, you see people are coming in early in the morning and they're staying here until very late at night. It's not something that you just do because you like your 9-to-5 job, but it's something because you are very passionate about it. And I think as long as you're passionate about what you're doing, you're going to push for it, you will find the right resources, the right people, and you make progress. These robots don't understand anything. They're still very stupid. And we have to work on getting them to the next level to be able to kind of become a proper companion of us. Or whether this is the right direction to move or not. I couldn't think of a better place and a better environment and a better job at the moment.
There are the dogs, and you'll get to see them live in the arena shortly. I tell you what, this sport, this event of CYBATHLON is very humbling. I'd like to think that I was pretty intelligent. I'm certainly not building robots. Bex Williams, are you building robots in your spare time?
Sadly not, Abby, sadly not. No, my brain capability does not stretch to robots. However, I do have a brainiac next to me in Felix.
With the proper training, I'm sure you can build a robot.
Do you think?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, well, there's hope for me yet then. But yeah, we did see earlier on our first discipline today was the arm prosthetics. And the results of that now are in for you to see. It was a brilliant performance from hands-on team with Min Chu this morning with 90 points overall, and Salvatore De Chillis second, then Silvia Gonzalez de Julian in third for Daedalonic UPV. Some excellent performances this morning. Of course, in the arm prosthesis race, many pilots involved with that, so we'll see more, of course, throughout the next few days. But Felix, we're ready again.
Yeah,
we're back on the start line. Shall we go?
All the best to Matthias.
Yeah, absolutely. So Matthias had a fantastic run.
Yeah, it went so smoothly. That's just a communication, or I wanna say what the error was, but it must be just a small thing, because the device is still moving and it still works.
It still works beautifully, as we can see here, and we're back on the mailbox challenge, of which he's taken to bring out the parcel onto the shelf and then pick it up effectively and move it towards the table. It's the second attempt now at qualifying to move through to the latter sections. So the technology we're seeing here, and it's varying obviously for each team. Felix, you know, this is quite a big structure here, but we, as I mentioned before, you know, the fact that he has to work so closely, they have to be almost one together, which is what we see now as we switch out to Team BHA Fair 1 with Felix here. you have to be at one with your technology as much as possible, and only training, I suppose, and experience can get you to that point.
I mean, I think the pilot is called Fritz, but yeah.
Fritz, that's right.
Yeah.
You're Felix.
I'm Felix, right?
I'm Bex.
Yeah,
Is that right? Are we good? We're good.
Nice to meet you. No, that's definitely the point. It needs to be a sort of a synergy of pilot, human, and machine, but the pilot should still be in control. Well,
and there's different ways of controlling then, we've certainly seen. So,
well,
Matthias here, how is he controlling the arm?
He's controlling the arm by basically a space mouse. That's a mouse that you can do in 3 dimensions, and he has different modes, and it's also assisted by vision. So there's a vision component within the device that sort of checks where the bottle is, and then because actually if you do it manually, that would require a lot of time to go there. But sort of the robot can do a little bit of thinking, but Matthias is still in control. He then pushes a button to grip it, to close the gripper and release it, and that is being shared also in the BHF Fair team, where they also have a level of automation in their system. In the last years, when I was communicating with the task, with teams, they all said that they need to acquire a high level of autonomy in order they would not be able to solve the task in time.
Yeah.
And but what is still interesting, after saying that actually Robust is a team that chose a different approach. So they are having 2 systems. One of them is one system is controlling just the wheelchair.
Yeah.
And the other system is just the robotic arm, and this is being controlled similarly to the other teams, but there's no autonomy at the moment in their team, so they're doing it pretty much manually.
Okay, wow, it is also impressive to watch. There's so much to learn about this technology. And we can see here that Team Edan are doing a fantastic job. It's green all the way up to 4 tasks so far.
Yeah,
Let's
that's
see
just really good.
Matthias deals with lifting the apple to his mouth.
Yeah.
And like you said, without moving his head forward.
Yes, we had to be very strict about that. But that went just perfectly. Sort of where Matthias' head is, that can be pre-programmed, that can be sort of calibrated. And you can sort of tell the robot to never go above, to never actually go further than what's told.
Okay.
So there's not much of a risk when it comes to. So that's how they minimize the risk of the sort of the thing moving into Matthias' head.
And we move through the crowded sector now, and important not to let those red elements touch.
But they really managed that really well. This is being... They did that before, I can tell.
And that was so fast as well.
Yeah, that was really fast.
Really quick through that sector. Okay, back with Team Robust now, who are lifting up the bottle to put it on the table. Remember, it has to sit on the table effectively, cannot fall off.
Now here we actually see a little bit of optimization. So when she was switching towards the other control, you saw that robot doing a very elegantly continuous movement, and that some partially that was being autonomized as well.
Now we can see that she bypassed the scarf element, but we're back with Fritz now.
Yeah.
And he's doing really well in this segment. You can see him just accelerating a little bit there.
It's a perfect run, right?
He's done it well.
Even though this environment is not easy for such a relatively wide system, that usually the BFH Fair, what is really special about their device, that they use a commercial wheelchair, and sort of the arm part sort of locks onto a commercial wheelchair. So they are also allowed that pilots can use their own, and it's just being put on. And I think that's really interesting.
It is really interesting, and we've talked about it so many times here, but if you are just coming into the coverage, we're looking at technology here which is hoped to be used across the board in the future, and this is the entire point of what the universities, the companies behind all of this are doing to create something that can help future generations, and it's only going to get honed and better over the years. Now this is interesting because you told me before that the team have actually created a special
the red part.
device, the red part here, which you can't quite see because there it is.
I mean,
it's on the doorknob right now.
It looks so elegant, but it's actually quite a difficult task because turning that knob takes a lot of torque, and that needs to be done just by a robotic arm.
He's done really well here. I mean, look at the green.
Yeah.
He's passed every single task. The time is looking good right now.
That seems to be that there's not. Well, I don't want to jinx it too yet
No,
now,
Drew.
but I feel like this is going well.
He needs to make it through the door here and then turn around and
close it
door.
again. Yeah.
And then the doorknob is a different shape on the other side, so requires then a different function.
Yeah, that was the idea, that usually in different parts of the world you have either handles or doorknobs. I just wanted to have both up, that we know that the systems can do both.
Still has
really
3 minutes, remember 10 minutes on the clock here.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough though, but just be able to manage the door task is such a progress.
Yeah, like you said, you know, different handles around the world, so it was a different way. It was around a doorknob on the other side, and he used that special device that you can see there to grip that perfectly. We move on to the touch screen, and yeah, we're almost done here.
Yeah, this is going to the last stretch, and I see that. Well, the touchscreen.
Okay, so for the touch screen, he needs to be able to, and he's correctly done that very swiftly. And he's made that look, and they all have today, they've made the tasks look easier than they actually have been.
Really
final task though, Felix.
Final one, and they still have time to spend.
They do. He can take a little while doing this. He can make it as precise as possible. There is no fluster, no rush here. He has time in hand, 2 minutes to go. So he has to open the door of the dishwasher here and to be able to extract the plate that is inside. And Felix and the team behind creating all of these tasks here and working so closely with the teams and making sure the challenge is, you know, really pushing their limits. You know, you've got to pull the drawer out here and get the plate. You are not being easy with these guys.
No.
We love that because it's providing great.
That's the reason why this race takes 10 minutes instead of 8.
Okay, here we go. All he has to do now is put it on top,
turn
back around.
You might not even have to turn back because he can go backwards.
He can reverse.
Yeah, but he's doing it
and
like
there
that.
He is.
That's just,
he's just reversing over what is, let's call it a finish line. 8:55.
Wow. That's just remarkable. 100 points.
Perfect score.
Wow.
That is our perfect score of the day so far.
That is great. This gives me joy.
That is fantastic. And look at the difference.
Before he was a bit, that was tense. Nice, such relief, so.
And Robust have already completed as well. 3 tasks in the red there for Robust. And we're on the final one here for Fritz. Okay, let's see how he negotiates this. You can see the countdown is a minute and a half left to go.
There's no room to over it. Yeah, they had the same issue before.
Yeah, just getting purchase, getting the grip.
But they're now deciding to, I mean, that's an efficient.
But 80 points on the board and a smile on his face, and the team are there. Go for it.
80 points is
but what a run for Matthias. Atzenhofer here. That was superb, wasn't it?
That was so nice to see, So glad that everything went smoothly.
He can definitely be a cheeky wink to camera.
Nice.
He can be a happy man with, the perfect score on the board there and done in such a fantastic time as well. Yeah, but for all of the competitors here on the qualifying session for the assistance robot race, we've seen some special moments across these 2 sessions. The intricacies, Felix, of what they have to do.
That makes robotics fun, right?
Absolutely.
You do some precise movements.
And I think, as you said, getting for these pilots, having their own autonomy to be able to do the very basic tasks which we will take for granted. that is so important, and we've seen that shown here at speed as well today.
Yeah, under pressure.
Yeah, under pressure, because it was the last qualifying run. You've got a stadium full of people, but a perfect score on the board makes it all the worthwhile out there. Confirmation that Matthias Atzenhofer there gets a perfect score of 100 on the board. For Fritz Eichelhosser at BFH Fair 1, which is not easy for me to say, obviously. 80 points on the board. And then for Team Robust, 70. But a great run through our second qualifying session here. Let's cross back then to Abby now.
Bex, Felix, thank you so much. We are now going to speak to the winner from that qualifying session, and he needed the second qualifying run. This is Matthias. Matthias, nervous times knowing that the second qualifying run was so important.
Yeah, it was a very hard race, but it's like a lot of fun. Yeah.
How does that hardship with fun, how does it come into reality in the stadium, in front of all the fans and against competitors as well?
Was war's genau? Okay.
Oh, auf Deutsch?
Sag mal auf Deutsch.
Das war eigentlich die Frage.
Okay. How was the atmosphere in the stadium? Wie die Atmosphäre war?
The atmosphere was great.
Yeah.
Thank you for all the fans.
What was the issue in the first qualifying run?
We had a technical issue with the system, and yeah, but bad luck.
Which again shows the composure of the pilot, knowing that that second run was critical. But a 100-point score, a perfect score, we know it's a team race as well. Obviously, Matthias, the spotlight is on you, but there's so many people behind you.
Yeah, thank you to my team.
It really is a team event, and we know. I'm going to come over to you. We know how strong you were in 2023, and you won the challenge. Does that put extra pressure on the team coming into CYBATHLON 2024?
I mean, yeah, it is a big team effort, and we spent a lot of time in preparation, knowing or coming from the good result in 23. We are super happy that we scored the 100 points. We knew that we can do it if everything works well, and Matthias just did it perfectly. And the whole team working together on this, it was great.
And he did it perfectly under pressure. Anything that you just want to point out, particularly about your robot, that made it such a perfect score, that perhaps just gave you the advantage over the other teams? Because part of CYBATHLON is sharing innovation and sharing the technology advances.
So what we try is to give the user control of the system, but also support him when doing the task. So for instance, when opening the door, we detect the door with the camera, and the arm gets guided to the doorknob. But Matthias has control over the speed, and he can also do some fine-tuning. And then when opening the door, we actually coordinate the motion of the wheelchair and the arm, so Matthias can just concentrate on moving the arm, and the wheelchair and the joints of the arm work together to perform the task, so that it's easy for him to do, but also reliable. And yes, that's how we do it for all the tasks, and how we try to make the system easy to use and intuitive to use.
And that ease and intuition is what CYBATHLON is about as well, isn't it? Because we want to see these sorts of things out and about and becoming more accessible, becoming more commonplace, and just giving more autonomy to people who are in similar situations to Matthias.
Sorry, I couldn't...
Just as what we want to see is more of these in the future that's widely available for everyone.
Of course, yeah. We are also looking into this. How can we bring this out of the lab to the people, probably turning this into a product with a startup. That's our big aim for the next year. So, yeah.
What needs to happen for that to take place?
Oh, that's a lot of work. I mean, it's a lot of software. The arm it's a prototype from DLR. It's obviously a bit big for this, but it works well for the competition. But we're definitely looking into new hardware, making it more slim and improving on the software. But yeah, it's a long way to go to make this work out in the wild. But CYBATHLON is a good venue to test and prepare and work towards this.
But in the here and now, you've got a final to run. So we'll think about the upcoming moments before we get to that future development. For now, Matthias and team, congratulations, and we'll be seeing you again very soon. Thank you for chatting. We are going to head across the arena and speak to Robert Riener. Now, Robert Riener is the brain. There's so many brains that go into CYBATHLON 2024, but he's the original brain And it was his idea. And I'm sure at first it was met with, my goodness, can we do that? Is that a far-fetched idea? It must be incredible then to see it in reality. And it's been growing, like we said, 2016, we were here in the Swiss Arena in Kloten in Zurich. 2020, it went to a live stream and all online. And here this year, it is a truly hybrid affair. So we'll speak to Robert Wiener about how this even came about, how it came as a kernel of idea to come into fruition. Robert, thank you for joining us. How amazing is it to see what started out in your brain here in reality?
It's amazing to see that dreams can become real. Having so many teams here with more and more improving technology is really impressive.
How did the idea come about, Robert? How did it even start?
I realized already as a researcher that many technologies are not so satisfactory. Wheelchairs cannot climb stairs, prostheses are without motors, which makes it difficult to walk upstairs or hills. And then I saw a guy running up the Willis Tower with a motor prosthesis. And then I had the idea.
And it just started to spiral and spiral. And it continues to grow, Robert, as well. I mean, the fact that we've got 2 more races this year, some with the vision category, with the robot that we just seen as well. So it's a constant development. What else is in your brain? How far do you want to take this?
We have many more ideas for different disciplines. I think there's still a large potential to recruit more teams to join or to generate new teams in the world, in the best labs and also in companies, to bring more technology, better technology to the world, to the benefit of the people with disabilities.
Just extraordinary. We're going to see, because you recently had an exhibition and you can talk us through the pictures that we'll see on the monitor down here. So Robert, explain, because I know that's also part of the future plans, that you want to be having these exhibitions in more places in the world, but talk us through this.
Yes, we had the idea, or we were asking how can we bring the topic even more to the general public, besides the CYBATHLON event. So we had the idea to create an exhibition which is very interactive, which we bring to museums, to shopping malls, to train stations, where people from the general public can try out and see how wheelchairs work, how exoskeletons work, how the interaction is with people with disabilities, to do something for inclusion.
I mean, that's it, right? It's a sporting competition. We've been saying this so far today. But at the heart of it is removing barriers from those who have disabilities to create more equality in the world. And what a purpose mission that is for you and for the whole team and everyone working on CYBATHLON.
That's right, and the barriers are not only physical, as we see here, they're also in the brains of people. There are attitudinal barriers. We are trying to open and break them.
So what are you most looking forward to seeing? There's a hubbub of activity behind us as they get set up for the next discipline, but what are you most looking forward to seeing over the next few days?
Actually, the race was, which we just saw with the Rob race, was very impressive. I was looking forward to that. There are more teams coming in the same discipline. We have other disciplines with leg prosthesis and brain-computer interfaces. It's amazing. I look forward to every event.
So we're possibly going to have more disciplines, as you said, in the future. We have the challenges, and then we have obviously the next global edition. But in terms of how far-reaching we can make this, you're having these exhibitions, but what else? How can more people become more clued up on this, what is an extraordinary event?
Yes, I think we can multiply, we can scale up everything still. We can continue, first of all. We try to go to other places in the world, CYBATHLON not only in Zurich, but also in Asia, for example. We want to bring the exhibition to Los Angeles in some years and open it together with the Summer Olympics in 2028. So many plans.
Huge plans, not just many plans, but huge plans. And here, one of the challenges at 2024, I'm sure, is the fact that you have it as a truly hybrid event. What was those challenges for you to overcome and the team to overcome for that to happen?
Yes, here I have to say a great thank you to the team, to Roland Sieglers and Anne Kern, who made the hybrid event possible. We had to go to the virtual, to remote mode 4 years ago because of the pandemic. And now we can benefit from it because we can combine both, a virtual one together with a physical one. And it's a great chance, also a great chance also to promote inclusion, because we can include now teams who cannot come.
Exactly, and we've seen that, haven't we? We've seen competitors and their teams coming from Seoul and China, and we've got them more. And I think that aspect as well just is part of what you are there to achieve.
Yeah, that's right. It's great to see people from everywhere, from Africa, from Canada, from Japan, and so on.
And one of the lovely things as well, just being down here on the ground, is seeing how much sportsmanship and camaraderie there is amongst the teams. Because also, obviously, it's a sporting competition and they want to win, but they also want to learn from each other and have this social impact that CYBATHLON can bring.
That's right, and I already realized that people are helping out each other. If they have a problem, if they need not only a screwdriver, but also some advice for programming and so on, they're helping out each other. It's amazing.
Robert, what are you going to do now? Are you going to spectate, or have you got a million other plans to have to bring together?
Yeah, planning, lobbying, some more interviews, and if there's time in between, I can watch and enjoy.
Gosh, thank you so much, Robert. I just want to have your brain even just for a day, or even a few minutes to see what it's like. Thank you so much for chatting to us, Robert. Bex, this is just extraordinary to think about the plan that they have, not just for the here and now, but for the future, that they want to take exhibitions around the world, that they want to have these events in Asia and be part of Olympic and Paralympic sport in the future as well. These plans are big, bold and audacious, and we love it.
And I think, yeah, absolutely. I mean, I think they should be big and audacious plans, because look at what's already been achieved here. And I think it's a spectacular weekend. And we're seeing, as Rob said, such a global inclusion in this. We're seeing so many different countries, so many different nationalities represented with the pilots as well. I think it is so important. And I've got our next expert in, and we're waiting for the FES race to go underway to qualifying. And we'll be speaking with Young very shortly. You can see FES are just making themselves ready to go. Here are pilots in this next qualifying session. Just looking in, and that's our remote hub there in Korea. And it's all important that we can make sure that everyone can, around the world, join in, whether they are here in Zurich or whether they are in remote locations. It's all about that inclusivity and making sure that whether they couldn't travel for whatever reason. Okay, Abby, you're on the floor there right now. You've soaked up quite a few of the disciplines that we've seen out there today. What's been your favourite so far?
It's a great question, and my honest answer is a bit of all of them, because you're seeing such incredible sport and what is going into making this possible. I can't help but be in awe for every single pilot and the disciplines that are in. And the robot, of course, is fascinating, because it does look like you're seeing something from a sci-fi movie, and it's real. It's happening in front of your eyes. We have got the Fez race up next, and just seeing the real sportsmanship of that, I would say, really impressed me. The fact that it physically looks so demanding, and it's still just so extraordinary how the stimulation is igniting the nerve endings that make the muscles go into action. So, Bex, so much to just soak up. I can't give a single answer.
Yeah, but you give a politician's answer there, Abby. I'm sure you can move into politics a little bit later on in your career. You know, we're just seeing these images coming in. I'm going to turn to our expert here, Young, because we've seen the pilots being wheeled into position here, and obviously already the legs are being stimulated ahead of the race happening. And for people who are watching, maybe who think, well, maybe they should just start when the clock starts, that's not possible here.
Yeah, I mean, for them to start from a hold is really difficult for them to do that. So that's why you see this spotter helping them to warm up their legs and get into that momentum, so that they can cycle for the next 8 minutes or 9 minutes including the warm-up period. It's not easy. It's not.
And this entire task is not easy. So we're seeing different bikes represented, obviously different teams, different pilots. It's the next qualifying session. We've already had one qualifying session for FES this morning, and we move on to the next. And if you're joining us for the first time, our pilots here will have to make it through 1,960 meters of distance. And for each 200 meters passed, they are awarded 10 points. There is an 8-minute time limit for them. And we could really see drivers making sure that they are warming up here. But Abby, you're still down there on the floor, anticipation building ahead of this one?
Yeah, there is great anticipation, and we can see the pilots warming up. Now, this is the second group, so we've had a Fez race earlier today, but you may be joining us on the live stream for the first time, and let's bring you up to speed with all things Fez.
The next CYBATHLON discipline today, the Functional Electrical Stimulation Bike Race. Cycling despite complete paraplegia. Functional electrical stimulation makes it possible. By placing electrodes on the skin, currents are applied to the muscles, making them contract. The paralyzed legs start pedaling. Pilots cover a virtual 1,960-meter course.
The pilot is using a throttle, is kind of a throttle that can be used in the motorbikes, but instead of to increase the engine performance, they are increasing the intensity of these electrical muscles. So if you send electrical signals with high intensity, they will get tired and they cannot finish it. So the pilots, they have to have a strategy to play with these electrical signals.
Whoever crosses the 1,960 meters first or completes the longest distance within 8 minutes wins the race.
Hopefully now you have all the vital information to talk you through the Fez race. Bex Williams is joined again by Yonka Kim.
I certainly am, Abby. We're ready to go for the second race, aren't we? We're feeling it.
Yeah.
We're hyped.
Yeah, I guess so. Yeah.
We'll get young hype. Don't worry. That's going to happen. It'll happen. We do have, of course, different pilots, though, ready for this qualification. And let's take a look at where they are hailing from and the teams that we have lining up here for the second Fez qualifying session. We have 3 teams here. The Vienna Fez 2 team, Pulse Racing from the Netherlands. And again, our remote outpost in Seoul for Be Again 1.
Second qualification round of the Functional Electrical Simulation Bike Race. We welcome again.
Again is a team from South Korea. In collaboration between multiple universities and with the team from different areas like medicine, science and technology, they created an ultra-lightweight smart bicycle for smooth riding. Their pilot Hansup Lim joined the team for the first time this year. After the team already scored 5th place in the 2020 CYBATHLON competition, Lim wants to score an even better result this year. Be Again stands for giving people with disabilities courage and hope to help them live a new life.
And we take a look to station number 3 from Austria. Aus Österreich, Team Vienna FES 2 und Pilot Cedric Kapfenberger.
Die Technologie ist Hut ab. Wenn wir so wie heute im Freien trainieren können, gibt es eine große Portion Vitamin D und das macht einen halt happy. Ich war gern auch früher immer ein leidenschaftlicher Fahrradfahrer, deswegen ist es auch ja, der Tropfen am heißen Stein, aber es ist ganz cool.
It's always a very nice thing. On the one hand, you are just sitting there and do the coding all day, and then you go out and actually have the training with the pilots. That's amazing.
Das Team, das ist eine hervorragende Konstellation, fast familiäres Umfeld. Also ich fühle mich sehr wohl.
And on station number 4, we welcome from the Netherlands, Team Pulse Racing and pilot Peter van Burk.
We are Pulse Racing!
My name is Peter, I'm 33 years old. I got my spinal cord injury in 2020, and ever since I sat down in the Berkel bike for the first time with electrical stimulation, it felt very good. The first time using FES was really weird. When you can't move your legs and then you see them going for the first time, it was quite astonishing. Participating in the CYBATHLON is, of course, an even better motivation to train, so I'm very motivated to win the competition.
A huge amount of competitive spirit has been shown by our pilots in those videos. I'm looking forward to quite a show here in this FES qualifying. Young, you know, one thing we haven't talked about yet, you've been in already this morning, we've talked about exactly how this all works, but actually the spirit behind it, the courage of these pilots. And we heard from Cedric there, you know, that the fact that he was such a passionate cyclist before, and as he said, it's not easy for me, but he's here. He's at the coalface and he's making this work for him. The absolute mental courage it's taken for a lot of these people is extraordinary.
Yeah, it really is. Like as we've discussed earlier, you know, it's having people to come up on the stage like this event not only takes like courage, but it can be quite daunting. I think for me, I would be quite scared to be standing in front of audience, you know.
But we saw earlier, a lot of them actually played to the crowd as well.
Yeah,
so
I know.
I think it's a motivator in some respects. And I think for our guys here, we can already see, and again, if you are just joining our stream, you can see from Katzenberger here, him raising his hands as well and doing a bit of an upper body workout. You mentioned earlier on that actually is helping him. Tell us why.
It's because it's just really to bring up his heart rate up. That's why that's what they require to have a better blood flow to get the muscle contractions.
Okay.
For pedaling, and yeah, it's down to.
It seems to be a bit of a tactic. Here we go, and there's huge noise from our remote outpost in Korea, who are, of course, Team B again, who are doing a fantastic job, and we're able to see them on the screen here, but we're also able to see our pilots in the virtual world to see how they're doing, and it's been a very strong start from Van Berk. I think for these individual pilots as well, we talked about it earlier, but again, we've got a new audience coming in. So strategy here, the tactic, and how do they approach this? We've seen different tactics from some of them, haven't we?
Yeah. So for this, as the video previously said it, the electrical stimuli are the main key here, and the biggest problem or biggest things that they need to consider is the muscle fatigue. So with the electrical stimulation, the way that muscle is contracted is a bit unnatural.
Yeah.
And this really just increases the speed of fatigueness.
But they can control that stimuli that the muscle is receiving themselves with what was described as a throttle.
Throttle, yes. So they can literally just, they have a handlebar where they can change the intensity of the electrical stimuli. If you want to go faster, you increase it, and if you want to go slow, well.
We're back with Lim here, and you can notice a little bit of a difference in the bike with Lim, because actually the hip abductor, there's a movement there, and with the other bikes, the hips are locked.
Yeah, so I think the idea from Korean team is that cycling is not just low leg movement; it's the whole body movement. And by allowing the movement of the pelvis, Lim is able to use the whole body to push the pedal, and therefore he can cycle a bit faster than.
Well, Lim is doing very well here. We can see already 30 points on the board scored, and for Van Berk 20, for Katzenberger 10. Let's move back.
Yeah, Lim seems very calm as well.
And yeah, we talked about this, didn't we? That, you know, how the movements you have to get yourself into a rhythm almost, and keep it smooth and as flexible as possible, which is what we're seeing from them.
Yeah, I mean, as we said earlier, 8 minutes cycling is quite tough work for these guys.
Yeah.
They look quite calm and relaxed, but they are putting so much effort into this.
I mean, this is huge effort, and you know, a reminder that in an everyday facility, they are not using their legs. They do not have use of their limbs.
So not voluntarily, they need the support of the
yeah. But the fact that they are able now on a recumbent instrument to be able to complete this motion and the stimuli, we talked about it earlier, it's a rehabilitation as well as a competitive motion that we're seeing. This has so many benefits.
Yeah, so rehabilitation is you need to sustain your motivation, and I think having a platform like this where competition comes into place, it can sustain the motivation of the pilots. Otherwise, they'll be at home and training by themselves 2 or 3 times a week. It can get quite tedious, I think.
And the fact that they can, it's, you know, when you are training on your own, yeah, exactly. Tedious is the word, is the correct word. But here they're with competitors, teammates, rivals. You know, it's great camaraderie here at CYBATHLON, and that's what we're seeing. But right now, these guys are laser focused on trying to get as many points as they can and complete in the fastest time as they can. They only have 8 minutes to rack up the points, remember. We're watching Peter van der Berg, as you mentioned, Young. It's such hard work. You can see, you know, for Peter, he's focused there. He's got a complete sweat on. Every single ounce of his body right now is going into this.
It's a great showcase, isn't it? That you're seeing these guys being really competitive, and they're playing all in as well.
Yeah, absolutely all in.
And the amount of they train quite often as well, 2 or 3 times a week over, I don't know, 6 months or a year, and for them it's great to see that improvement, and then, you know, show that to audiences like us that this technology works.
Wow, that is astonishing from Peter van Berg. Then I will wait for clarification on points and times, of course, as we continue to watch then Lim. And here in the arena, Vienna Fest 2.
So Lim actually has quite interesting story that they've seen the improvement over the last few months, so which is good that this rehabilitation really works for them.
Yeah, because he mentioned he hasn't been with the team very long.
No.
So he's, you know, whereas some of the other competitors, pilots here, have spent years with these teams, he is a relative newbie then, let's say. But that's good that he's already feeling the benefit of it.
Yeah, and I think these people have really benefited a lot from this technology, and you can see Peter going quite intensive as well.
Yeah, super intense. I mean, it's been interesting to watch in terms of how they're controlling, you know, their breathing and just keeping everything under control, keeping focus. Like we mentioned, 8 minutes, and it might not sound like a lot of time, but it is. They're putting absolutely everything into it, and Lim delighted. Okay, we have an accessory here that's been brought in. Not quite a crown, but we'll go with a cowboy hat. Definitely rodeo time there.
But you can see that they're breathing really quite hard. They're breathing hard, so...
Yeah, absolutely. It's huge effort, and we cannot emphasize that enough. Van Berg completes.
Oh, they finished within 6 minutes.
And it's a complete perfect score from what we can see here.
So
for Peter van Berg. We know how much of a competitive spirit he's got, and that has shone through in this task. Representing Pulse Racing.
So they actually have to tie to defense from previous competition. So
do you think that's a bit of pressure on the shoulders? Maybe not of Peter, but of the team.
For the teams, maybe, yeah. I'm pretty sure it is. They should probably feel it as well.
This is now a bit of a recovery period after such a huge stint of work, and to see how everyone else then sizes up against them. We take a look at Peter again. Just getting his breath back now. Oh, you know, you can see at the side the team is all around. They're in the stadium here. Some of them are in the stands with flags. Family, friends have come to watch all of this. It's been really heartening to see such incredibly inspiring stories and great forward-thinking technology which has inspired this entire event. So we look back then at some of the moments, some of our pilots making sure that they're filled with the right liquids to keep them going, and celebrations at the end. Now we are going to be heading out onto the arena floor now to catch up with our host Abby and catch up with our winner.
Bex, thank you. Yes, we are joined by Peter, who won that Fez race. Peter, yes, please, the applause of the crowd. How was it?
Quite tough. Yeah, you can tell I'm sweating a lot, trying my best. And, well, we seem to have some proper competition, so very nice.
How impressed were you with your time?
Yeah, well, it's about what I expected. Yeah, tried to go faster in the final.
And we know that this team won 4 years ago with a different pilot. Does that exert some useful pressure?
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, coming from the Netherlands, we are a cycling country, of course. So yeah, well, we have something to defend here, an honor, yeah.
Peter, what will you do now? Anything that you will learn from the qualifying that you'll take into the final?
Well, let's digest it first. Not really something I can think of right now. But yeah, we will analyze it. Yeah.
And it is, obviously, it's a team event, isn't it? The spotlight is on you and the pressure's on you in the moment, but it is a team event. And I'm sure they'll be feeding back to you as well.
Yeah, definitely. I need a lot of help. Yeah, and I have a very good team with me. I'm very happy with all of them. So, yeah.
And we've been saying this as it is a sporting competition, but it is also a real impact for good of what we're hoping to see in the future and developing technology for people who may have similar conditions to yourself, Peter. At the moment, with the technology you've got in front of you, you must be delighted.
Yeah, it's great. Ever since I got into this bike, this Verco bike, for the first time, I was so impressed with the technique already. And yeah, try and improve it further is a nice goal here. Yeah.
Peter, thank you so much. I'll let you get back to recovery and to your service dog, Jan. We're going to head over to the virtual screen and speak to our pilot from Seoul, Lim. We'll get a word from him, and there was just a lovely moment in the competition where he donned his cowboy hat. Of course, it's sport and it's rivalry and it's competition, but it is also fun. And that is what is at the heart of it. So let's see if we can now hear from our competitor in Seoul. Lim, are you with us? First of all, Lim, I just want to, I want to say congratulations. Lim, tell us about the experience. We saw you halfway through put on a cowboy hat and the excitement of the team to congratulate you. Was it fun?
탈 때 느낌이 어땠고 왜 카보이 모자를 썼는지 알려달래요. 힘들었다. He says it was really tough to ride, and the reason why he wore the cowboy hat is that he rides tri-bike as his hobby.
Oh, wonderful. We've seen
you
with your
that'll
team.
be all. Thank you. Yeah.
How much of this is a celebration for all of the hard work that's gone into this?
Sorry, we couldn't hear the question. Can you repeat again?
No, we just want to hear from the team spirit as well, because we're obviously looking at Lim, but we can see all of the team behind you. It is such a team event.
Oh yeah, we want to celebrate with my team.
And Lim, what will you and the team take from this experience?
그 팀이랑 함께 한 게요. He says the experience with our team felt like being with a family.
Yeah, great. I'll let you enjoy that recovery drink. And well done from all of us here in Kloten and Zurich, to you and Seoul. Thank you for being part of CYBATHLON 2024. Okay, next up we are moving on, and where it will be our fourth discipline that we've seen so far today. The next up is the leg prosthesis race. Let's find out more.
Up next in the CYBATHLON event, the leg prosthesis race. The teams will be required to complete a total of 10 tasks. Any blue area must only be touched with the prosthetic leg. Here's a quick overview of some of the tasks the teams will perform. The first challenge is called balance beam. The pilots have to pick up and carry 2 buckets to a target area while walking across narrow wooden beams. The pilot's ability to maintain body balance will be tested thoroughly. Then the pilots need to be able to sit on a bench close to the table without touching the red poles. In the next challenge, the pilots are walking cross-country, meaning they are walking across stones and need to pick up and put down objects. In the hurdles challenge, pilots have to clear 5 hurdles. They have to alternate their lead leg for each hurdle. Pilots must not use their hands when dragging their prosthetic trail leg over the side of the hurdle. The challenge is completed as soon as competitors cross the finish line and no hurdle has fallen. Each correctly completed task earns competitors 10 points. Whoever scores the most points and clocks the fastest time wins the race. The time limit is 6 minutes.
Well, while that video was on, they've been getting the arena set up for the leg prosthesis race that is up next. And joining Bex in the commentary box is a new expert, Chiara Beslow. Welcome.
Thank you, Abby, and yeah, welcome, Chiara. We're so looking forward to this race. Are you looking forward to it? We've got a lot to discuss when it gets up and running. It's going to be exciting, right?
Yeah, thank you very much, Bex. It's very pleasure for me to be here today, and I'm sure that it will be a very exciting race. The leg race is one of my favorites because it's so fast. The pilots are so well prepared and they will really run through all the 10 tasks, and I'm really confident and today we will see something very, very exciting.
We already had a look at some of the practice sessions earlier on this week when we were, let's say, rehearsing, and you mentioned fast. It was, but the challenges are really quite difficult out there for the guys. Let's take a look at some of the challenges. We've got, first of all, the balancing beams here, but also the fact that they have to carry the buckets, so they have to have great stability.
Yeah, the balancing beam is one of the most difficult. The beam is very, very narrow, and they have to control the ankle, which is always not possible for all the prostheses. So there are some that have an ankle that is actuated, some other are not. So we will see very different ways of tackling the beam among the different teams, and the bucket is for sure giving them even more troubles in keeping the balance on the beam.
And then the stairs, which are, you know, again, we're replicating everyday life occurrences here, but actually climbing a flight of stairs and descending a flight of stairs is quite tricky with the prosthesis.
It's incredibly tricky with the prosthesis, and we made it even more tricky, added this red box, which, as per the rule for CYBATHLON, they cannot be touched. This means that they really have to bend their knee when they walk up and when they walk down, and they cannot abduct their hip. And this is one of the, I would say, a practice that they sometimes do, which is not really natural, and so we want to force them to really bend the knee while they're going up and down the stairs.
You can see here the step through, which is supposed to mimic what we would occur in everyday life. In a living room, there's mess around. You have to step over things, but again, they have to move those cups. Yes.
Yes. The idea of adding cups, we will see them into multiple tasks, and the idea is really that of trying to remove the focus from the prosthesis, so they cannot look at their feet, they cannot think too much about their prosthesis because they have to balance the cup, which are very, very wobbly. So this is the idea, and this is what is really making all these 10 tasks very, very challenging.
Yeah, exactly. The word challenge comes up a lot because it is. We move on then to what is the slope, but here you can see the blue banner across the slope, and they have to put the prosthesis on the blue banner. Is that correct?
Yes, absolutely. Side? That is correct. This is a rule for this task. The blue bar can only be touched with the prosthesis and must be touched with the prosthesis every time they go up and down. And what makes this task really challenging is not only the slope, which of course is already a challenge, but also the fact that they have to pick up this object while they're standing on the ramp. So they have to accelerate and decelerate on the ramp.
There are so many different facets of what you're going to see in these disciplines. And you can see here another one ahead, which again has those red markers, which they cannot touch, correct?
Yes,
so
this is any red object, such as here the one that are simulating people for you that are, for example, sitting next to you on a table. They cannot be touched because you don't want to disturb them, obviously. So this one, they really have to control their knee and put the prosthesis inside the very, very narrow space that is between the bench and the table. And I would say we will see many teams struggling solving it because this is a very, very difficult task.
And then we move on to another equally difficult task in what is mimicking being on uneven ground here, and they have to make sure that they're on these stepping stones and not falling off them. Chiara, this is going to be a huge challenge, and we're smiling here because we're looking forward to seeing everyone come across it. But my goodness, some difficult tasks here for our pilots to negotiate within, of course, the time limit, which is only 6 minutes here. And they want to get, obviously, 100% score if they possibly can. And that is the last obstacle we're seeing right now. And again, this looks quite complex, so they have to step in between all of these sections.
Yes, so this is one of the tasks that also involves randomization, so they don't know exactly the order of the height boxes, and each box is at a different height and a different width. So this is also to allow them to take high steps, long steps, and also a bit of irregularities and also a bit of unpredictability because they don't know exactly how the boxes are placed. And this is for sure something that you encounter in daily life, but this is also something that is making these challenges very interesting.
They are making it interesting to us. Okay, well, we have many different teams, many different pilots. Let's take a look at who we've got lined up here for our qualifying session. The first in leg prosthesis. So we are looking at Rehab Tech Leg, X-Pro, USTP, Asai and Brubotics, who will be lining up for us. Let's meet the pilots.
We take a look on track number 1 from Italy. We welcome team Rehab Tech Lab and pilot Andrea Modica.
The Rehab Tech Leg team comes from Genova. The Italian team includes engineers and researchers who oversee every stage of the innovative development process, from the design and prototyping stage to the assembly and testing of the device. Andrea is the pilot for the Italian team. He is now a full-time ski athlete for the Italian Paralympic team and has previously worked as a mechanic in the motorcycle industry. The Omnia prosthesis includes a prosthetic knee with hydraulic and electric technology for smooth motion and assistance, and a prosthetic ankle with a high-profile carbon foot and an innovative lead screw mechanism.
We take a look at track number 2 and welcome a team from Taipei and team ExoPro USTP and pilot Wei-Chi Chang.
The team ExoPro USTP comes from Taiwan. The Taiwanese team is all about creating affordable solutions for people who require enhanced mobility. Chang Wei-xie is 27. He's had both of his lower limbs amputated since childhood and uses prosthetics to walk. The exoskeleton has motors that help with walking, climbing stairs, and going up and down slopes. These movements are guided by algorithms that use data from sensors and AI models. The exoskeleton is designed for people who want to improve their walking and do everyday tasks like climbing stairs.
Now let's take a look on track number 3, and we welcome from India, Team Asai and pilot Krishna Muthusamy.
We started off as a bunch of third-year undergraduate engineering students who dreamt of building a prosthetic leg. Luckily for us, we had a great platform here at IIT Madras to help kickstart our journey towards CYBATHLON 2024.
We are very lucky to be working with two unique and different pilots. Krishna has been an amputee since 15 years.
My main motivation is to participate in the CYBATHLON and to use the Kazamis. It should reach all the above knee amputees in the world with the less cost.
We are very excited to be a part of the CYBATHLON ecosystem and are looking forward to put India on the map for assistive technologies.
And now completing this lineup in this first qualification of the leg prosthesis race is on track number 4 from Belgium team Robotics and pilot Michel Jacques.
Robotics is the Brussels Human Robotics Research Centre of Freya University. They specialize in developing state-of-the-art technologies, including robot-assisted prostheses.
I think CYBATHLON is an amazing event.
Come into contact with a lot of different fields of expertise.
There is a lot of interesting stuff going on here.
And we can experience it from first hand.
Michel Jacques is a Belgian passionate about hiking, traveling, and making videos. He likes to challenge himself, and he's motivated to participate in the CYBATHLON.
It's fantastic to hear so many motivating stories and see so many great teams and people who are here, Chiara, for a common goal, and that is to make sure that we can have inclusivity and further technology which can help people right now and in the future.
Yes, absolutely. I think affordability and prostheses with materials also that can be purchased in these lower and middle income countries is really a key factor of this CYBATHLON. We will see there is Asai in this group of 4 teams, but there we will see even many also tonight. And it's important, and I think it's also a big advantage and also a very positive aspect, because at the end there are many amputees all around the world that could benefit from such advanced technologies.
Absolutely, and it is advanced technology and it's improving year by year, and I think that is the really inspiring thing, is that people are coming together to hasten technology and move it forward at such a rapid pace, because we're seeing so many innovative techniques which are being used.
Yes, they're all so different, but also some of them sharing some common parts, and it was very, very interesting to see yesterday all the teams chatting between each other, discussing, networking, because I really think that it can be a very, very starting point for collaboration and many important collaboration between the teams.
That's the important word, isn't it? Collaboration. It'll move us all forward. It's certainly what we're seeing. Okay, we're not too far away then from the race start here. And we can see Rehab Tech Leg just getting themselves ready. And, you know, interesting concepts with some of the tasks which have been laid out in front. And we do start with a tricky one with the balancing beam. And these guys, they need to keep their composure right now. I mean, he wants a little bit of, he wants the crowd support.
I think it really depends on the pilot. Some of them are probably a bit more nervous. It seems it's not nervous at all, and he really wants all the crowd to cheer for him.
He's a rock star. He is playing to the crowd right now. Here we go.
Let's go. Let's start. Oh, yeah, of course, the first one is already very tricky. This prosthesis particularly has an actuated ankle, which is making this task a bit more easy on some way because he can control his ankle as well. And yeah, I mean, the pilot. No!
Oh.
Yeah, I think
that's a task fail, unfortunately. Okay. We move on, and he has to just get over that's the the first qualifying session.
Absolutely.
After all.
And here we see what I was saying before, that they really have to bend the knee in order to go up the stairs. So if the knee, they cannot abduct their hip, so they are bending the knee, and the prosthesis itself is understanding when they are going up of each step, and the motor is controlling the movement of the leg.
That was beautifully done, and that is a task complete there for Modica. And now the step through whilst picking up the cups.
Yeah, this is very difficult. They have to perfectly position their foot.
Now, we're seeing a little bit of a difference here, obviously, because we have an exoskeleton. It's double amputee here with Chang from X-Pro USTP. He is avoiding the beam, and some of these pilots will select which tasks they know they can do best, yes?
Yes, based on their strength of their prosthesis, they have decided, based on trainings, which task they can perform, which task they cannot. It can be based on some aspects of the prosthesis itself, or it can also be based by time, because at the end, we know that they want to arrive at the end as fast as possible. Here, unfortunately, we saw the red flags because he's not allowed to use the handrail.
The handrail, which he has, and he'd also as well, it didn't matter, but he'd clipped the red board as well. He'd already held the handrail at that point. Okay. Oh, that...
Yes, yes.
Okay.
They are really, really, really motivated, and you can see that they really want to win, and this was, wow, no problem. It seemed very challenging when you see them, and I would have expected, but apparently for some pilots it's really not tricky.
Okay, so now we move to Asai, the team from India.
Yeah, this prosthesis is very interesting. They have a cable that goes from the hip to the knee, and it helps them extending the knee when the cable is pulling. So you see, it can really well control and extend the knee exactly to go inside the crate.
It's so interesting to see the differences in the technology that is being used here. So he has to go back now and collect another cup. And we're now with Modica on the... what is the wobbly... Oh, well, we've passed the wobbly step somewhere.
Yeah, this was this cross-country.
Cross-country,
and yes, they have to continue kneeling to pick up the objects, and it's very, very unstable. Also, the terrain is uneven, so that one makes the task very difficult.
And we're into the hurdles and through it, and it's passed.
Yes.
And he's completed with a score of 70 on the board. He seems happy with that.
Absolutely happy. I'm sure he will even try to take even more points in the next run. But I'm sure that he's already happy with 70 points.
I think, yeah, by looking at that, he is already happy. So we're on now this tricky section. You talked about it earlier, you know, the fact that it is a slope, but also the pilots have to pick up those individual objects and replace them in the correct
Yes,
sections.
exactly. Replacing, they have to walk diagonally, which means tilted in both directions, but also they have to really carefully control their step length in order not to hit the blue part with the non-prosthetic leg.
It's a different challenge. Well, it's the same challenge for Chang. It's just that for him, it is a different, obviously, unit that he's using because, as they mentioned, it's part exoskeleton here.
Yes, this team decided to go for a completely different strategy. Instead of actuating the prosthesis, they decided to add an actuated exoskeleton on top, which should help the pilot bending their knee while walking. Of course, is it very difficult for him, all the challenge tests, because of the two amputations.
Absolutely. Okay, we're with Brubotics now. And Michel Jacques.
What I found really, really interesting about this prosthesis is that, as you can see on the arm of the pilot, he has a smartphone with some buttons, and the team has developed very specific controllers for each of the tasks. So you will see maybe later that he selects which task is performing, and based on that, he will have different controllers for the motor depending on the 10 tasks.
Oh, wow, so that is really clever technology then. So what he's communicating through that smartphone is communicating to the prosthesis.
Exactly, so the smartphone is communicating dedicating to the prosthesis and to the way in which the motor is activating and deactivating, and because it has been programmed exactly for one specific task.
Okay, we can see Chang here has opted to not complete the final one, but did a good job. And it is a completely different setup that we're seeing for him here, and support from the team there, and a strong well done.
Absolutely. I think they're really, really happy to be here and to show their technology, because despite it couldn't solve any task, it's really a promising technology that probably needs a bit more development, but I'm sure that will also change the world for amputees.
Absolutely, and that is what it's all about at the end of the day. And they'll be discovering more about their own technology by taking part in these competitions. Okay.
Oh no, the team forgot to put on the cube. It was a bit, I'm sure it will do. Remember it for the next.
Yeah, exactly. It is the first one.
Exactly,
it's the first one.
I'm sure you will remember.
Okay, so the difficulty level here then, we're getting over different levels in this task.
Yes, and the hurdles are very, very narrow within each other, so they have very, very little space for maneuvering the prosthesis. They have to continuously alternating, so now he went over for with the non-prosthetic first. In the next one, he will go over with the prosthetic first. And yes, as you can see now, the bar is very, very high, so they really need to control it. But through their motors, they have no problem in bending the knee, and also then get the stability when the foot is on the floor. So last hurdles for the Hazai team, and amazing, the task was passed.
It's done, and it's the green flag there, and 40 points on the board for Asai, which is fantastic to see.
There is still robotics competing.
Yeah, Jacques is still there. Let's cross out then, and one of the maybe the more complex tasks.
Wow, as we were discussing, yes, the ladder is for sure very challenging. And when we came up with this idea, we really asked some of the amputees what was one of the most. Yeah, he really lost the balance, but I've seen him solving this task before, so I'm confident that he will do it later.
I think it's different when you come into it and, you know, it is go time on qualifying now, and it's not the rehearsals, it's not the practice, it's not the training. This counts, and obviously the next run will count as well. Maybe it's a different level of pressure as well for the pilots.
Absolutely.
There's a bit of frustration, tension, which is showing. As you said, you've seen him do the task before.
Yeah.
So you know he can do it.
Yes, I'm absolutely. I also think that the atmosphere, but also the pressure from the competition itself is making him a bit nervous, but no.
Oh, and he is getting a little bit frustrated with himself here,
but
understandably.
I'm sure he can.
The team need to rally round behind him now. It's a big round of applause from the crowd here at the Swiss Arena, and I'm sure, you know, it'll be a better run second pass. Take a breath, regroup. Let's go at it again. But for Rehab Tech Leg, that was a superb run by Andrea Modica. It's great to see all of our competitors have their first attempt then at the qualifying session here for the leg prosthesis race. Varying degrees of success across this one. Let's take a little look back at some of the moments within this race then. It's great to see so many different technologies represented as well here. I think standout performances have to go to obviously our winner Modica, but he was looking very calm, cool and relaxed before he got underway. But didn't have such success on the first task. But I think for a lot of the pilots here, Chiara, it is actually completing the task successfully. Whether you do it in the time allocated or not, it's the fact that you have achieved it.
Yes, I mean, I think for sure for them it's very, very motivating also when they see that one task is completed, and this is good. And I think this is what also allowing them to push also in the next task.
Let's shine a light now on some of the pilots, some obviously coming into CYBATHLON 2024 as a first-time participant. For others, it's been a continued journey since their CYBATHLON maybe 4 years ago in 2020, and that is the case for Stefan Poff, who is part of the Neuralegs team. Let's hear his story.
Der Unfall ist jetzt 11 Jahre her. Es kommt mir aber eigentlich viel länger vor. Ich habe fast so wie ein Bewusstsein eigentlich seit dem Unfall. Oder? Also als Prothesenträger unterwegs sein ist für mich mittlerweile Alltag. Also umspringen, wie ich das vorher auch gemacht habe, im normalen Tennis beispielsweise, das ist gar nicht mehr so richtig in meinem Bewusstsein drin. Auf der anderen Seite ist es halt schon so, du bist in einer Form behindert. Oder? Also sobald ich die Prothese nicht mehr anhabe, dann hüpfe ich auf einem Bein herum. Die Prothese kann auch nicht ein Bein ersetzen, obwohl ich jetzt eine gute Prothese bekommen habe. Ist das immer noch weit weg von einem normalen Bein. Oder? Das ist auch so, die Versicherungen sagen manchmal, es seien Luxusprothesen. Oder? Ich sage, Luxus ist es, 2 Beine zu haben. Ich hatte mal einen in der Reha, der mir gesagt hat, hey, mach einfach eine grosse, dicke, schwarze Linie, die vor dem Unfall ist und eine, die nach dem Unfall ist. Also quasi wie eine Grenze setzen. Oder? Und alles, was nach dem Unfall ist ein neues Leben und was vor dem Unfall war, ist das alte Leben. Und versuche ja nicht irgendwie da einen Mix zu machen. Joggen beispielsweise. Ich bin vor dem Unfall nicht joggen. Oder? Also macht es jetzt irgendwie auch keinen Sinn, dass ich jetzt jammere, dass ich nicht mehr joggen kann, was ich ja vorher gar nicht gemacht habe. Also da ist in den letzten 4 Jahren ist extrem viel gegangen auf privater Seite. Ich habe mich getrennt von meiner Frau und ein neues Leben in diesem Sinne angefangen. Ich bin auch daheim ausgezogen, jetzt so hier da ein bisschen angekommen, in dem Ort, wo wir jetzt sind. Es hat sich auch beruflich einiges verändert. Aus einer über 30-jährigen Beziehung in ein neues Leben hineinzugehen, war sicher der grösste Schritt.
Er ist der Fels in der Brandung. Das ist das, was mich natürlich von Anfang an sehr an ihm inspiriert hat. Ich bin genau das Gegenteil und ich vergesse manchmal, dass er eine Einschränkung hat. Es ist, weil er ist so selbstständig.
Bleibst liegen oder stehst auf, im wahrsten Sinne des Wortes. Oder? Das ist eine Entscheidung, eine grundsätzliche Entscheidung. Und je früher dass du die fällst, umso besser. Oder? Und ich habe die eigentlich schon im Spital fällen, oder? Und mit dieser Motivation natürlich zu sagen, wenn ich jetzt schon eine Prothese habe, dann will ich auch möglichst gut laufen mit dieser Prothese. Was dann noch dazu geführt hat, dass ich auch den Mut hatte oder mir überhaupt zugetraut habe, einen CYBATHLON mitzumachen. Mit der Silbermedaille bin ich grundsätzlich zufrieden. Silber ist halt nicht Gold, aber eigentlich doch, wir haben viel Spass gehabt. Also ich hatte natürlich eine extreme, sage ich mal, Fitness gehabt. Ein unheimliches Gleichgewicht, Koordinationsfähigkeit, eine wahnsinnige Sicherheit im Alltag in der Prothese. Und darum hat man eigentlich die Trainings und vor allem die Aufgaben, die du am CYBATHLON lösen musst, mit diesen Gleichgewichtsübungen, Koordinationsgeschichten, oder? Das war ein wahnsinniger Wert für mich. Ich habe ein bisschen gesundheitliche Probleme bekommen. Hat mir verunmöglicht zu trainieren. Und aus ärztlicher Sicht darf ich mich einfach jetzt nicht körperlich verausgaben. Und darum ist es leider nicht möglich, jetzt am CYBATHLON im Oktober mitzumachen.
Mit ein bisschen Frust verbunden gewesen. Das ist ein Event, wo sich mega drauf gefreut hat. Und da wurden Trainingspläne geschmiedet und sich eigentlich schon darauf vorbereitet.
Da haben wir jetzt einfach Pech gehabt und sie haben sehr verständlich reagiert auf das. Da bin ich auch froh gewesen. Und aber wenn sie jetzt Ersatz haben, ist ja das dann super, dann können sie es gleich durchführen. Ich will mich nicht einschränken durch die Prothese. Die letzte grosse Reise bin ich mit dem Landy wirklich durch ganz Marokko, die Westsahara, auf Mauretanien und wieder retour. Also Afrika ist immer noch ein grosser Traum von mir. Es geht, oder? Und darum mache ich so.
What a story from Stefan there. And Stefan will be replaced with Michelangelo Gauci. He will be the pilot for Neurolegs in CYBATHLON 2024. We are going to continue with the leg prosthesis race, so I will bring back in Bex Williams. What a day we've had so far, and there's more to come. And we'll hear from you, and I look forward to hearing from it. But for now, let everyone just take a pause. More leg prosthesis race coming up shortly.
Mein Name ist Michel Fornasier und für mich hat die Zukunft längst begonnen. Mir ist es wichtig, dass Technik der Menschheit dient, sie unterstützt, ihnen Hand bietet und den Alltag so erleichtert. Fortschritt ist Lebensqualität, welche man mit gutem Gewissen auch nutzen darf. In dieser Hinsicht ist EKZ für mich ein verlässlicher Partner, denn sie bieten Lösungen, die mich begeistern.
Willkommen zu Hause, Michel.
EKZ gestaltet Energiezukunft und versorgt zuverlässig, ökologisch und günstig mit Strom. EKZ, stolzer Partner des CYBATHLON.
Welcome back to the global edition of CYBATHLON 2024. It is the second qualifying run of the leg prosthesis race of the 4 athletes which we have just seen. Now, Bex and Chiara, most of these athletes really need this second qualifying run. There was a couple of mistakes in this first one. We know how tricky it is, but the pressure has mounted up a gear.
It certainly has. For one of the pilots, at least, he had a fantastic run. That was Modica, who had a brilliant run through. But yes, for the other 3 now, Chiara, they have to maybe up the game on this second run.
Yes, I'm sure that at least 3 of them can really be better. Modica already scored 70 points, but I'm sure he will strive to get even more points. And for Robotics, we saw it made some mistakes, probably only due to pressure. So I'm sure that if he tries to calm down this time, he will score for sure higher.
Yeah, we're all kind of trying to get into a zen state for him right now because, yeah, the nerves can get to you, the pressure of this situation. But, yeah, hopefully on this second run, we will see some strong performances. We've already seen great performances, don't get me wrong, but this is now the final opportunity for them to secure a spot to be able to move on in the competition.
Yes, the leg prosthesis will be very, very, very pushed by all the teams in order to get one of the 4 spots in the final. And I'm sure we might see some of them again in the final.
Let's hope that that is going to be the case then. We are awaiting this final qualifying session for this batch here that we have for the leg prosthesis race. We've already seen, of course, 1 run, and this will be the second.
10.
And the countdown begins.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, go!
Okay, the balancing beam, which wasn't successful the first time around for Modica. He just got a little bit off balance, but hopefully this time he can make it. Talk to me about the difficulties of this challenge, Chiara.
Absolutely. So the beam is very, very narrow. As I said, they have to turn around, balance the empty bucket, which is probably even more tricky than a full bucket. And he just made it. With his actuated ankle, I was sure that he could make it.
Okay, we're already descending the stairs with the cup in hand. He has to go back over with the secondary cup, which isn't on a tray, making sure he doesn't drop either element.
They have an actuated knee, so I really think that for them the stairs is not a problem, and this is it.
Okay, this task is a little bit tricky though, isn't it? Because you are mimicking stepping over things in a very, very busy living room, let's say, and you have to really make sure that you are as precise as possible here. And he also has to go back. Once he's gone through once, he goes back again for a second time. And walking backwards, how difficult is that?
I cannot imagine. I really think it's very, very tricky. I've seen more teams doing it, trying to walk backwards, and I was very, very surprised. And also Andrea decided to take this strategy. Probably, I would say, this is because it takes less time.
And yeah, he did it exceptionally confidently as well. So the slope here, providing that challenge, as you mentioned earlier, of moving diagonally.
Yeah, moving diagonally, you have the slope both, but you have the slope, but you also have the tilted sideways. So that one makes it very, very difficult. And I think before he made a mistake in 1 of the 4, in 2 of the 4, and now it seems that he passed all the 4.
Okay, Chang making his way through now. We see how he will tackle some of these tasks.
the exoskeletons allow him to walk on the ramp. So I'm sure he will try to tackle this task. I'm looking forward to see if he can bend to take the obstacle, but probably
yeah,
yes,
he looks as if he got it.
Yeah, absolutely. And here again, very narrow space between the red poles. No problem for Andrea.
Okay, with our Indian team now, Asai successfully negotiated the step through to get the first cup.
Going through it twice is even adding one more step. It's not enough to go once, you even have to go back.
Oh, so it's just so cautious here and making sure that he stays on these steps. And also has to place, again, these objects. So
yes, we can hear the team manager giving him instruction. And it seems now that he got a bit lost of control.
Oh, no. That is such a shame.
Yeah, he succeeded before, so I'm sure. I think he really lost a bit track of what exactly the next step was, because all this team also train a lot in their home country here in Italy, and I'm sure that he was training and finding exactly the correct pattern, probably due to the atmosphere of the competition. He forgot just which step he had to take.
Which is natural to understand, but it's 90 points.
20 more than before.
Yes, exactly, and a great time as well for Andrea Modica. That is very, very impressive. He was delighted the first time round. He's even happier this time. Okay, let's turn to Brubotics then, and to Michel Jacques.
Yes, putting the weight on the prosthesis, it's very, very difficult. They cannot touch the handrail, they cannot pull down the cap, so it looks very, very difficult. Going downstairs, it's a bit more easy. If you look, they are placing the prosthesis. Oh, yeah, perfect.
And he, managing to keep that cup balanced as well. It's going up and down the stairs, but keeping the balance of the tray is also such a big part of it.
Yes, that one we really had it to add one more level of difficulty, because you really have to focus on the cup and the balancing it. So you cannot look at your feet, you cannot look at your prosthesis, as I said before. So all your concentration needs to go on the cup, and this one resembles a bit also what you have to do in daily life when you have to carry something.
There's a red flag here, and I think he might have clipped one of the red objects. We didn't see it, but it is moved here. Okay, this is a big challenge for many of the pilots on the wobbly steps. Oh, but he's coming at it with ease.
Really, wow. I think is... Wow, no problem at all. Yes, it really seems...
That was very efficient.
For Team Asai at all for performing the wobbly stone.
No, he made his way through there really, really well. Okay, this then a little bit more complex, but... Let's see in the step over, or the high steps.
Yeah, this is the highest 330, and putting the weight on the prosthesis when it's so bended, it's very, very challenging. But
green
Team
flag.
Asai, thanks to their technology and their actuated prosthesis, seem to have no problem.
Okay, so we've got 4 greens for Team Asai. Now, this one we haven't actually seen yet in the coverage. You can see he steps onto the ladder and has to get the candle off the top.
And the candle is, I wanted to say, the candle is very, very, very wobbly and unstable.
But he had to make sure it was still on the plate, and unfortunately it fell. Okay, let's see how he deals with this element. Because he dealt with it well on the first run, he just forgot to replace one of the objects.
To put back the object. But I'm sure now he will keep that in mind.
Oh.
This is a very large step. And for someone with a prosthesis, it's very, very difficult to take long steps.
And there we go, he's put it on the ground.
Absolutely. Yes.
And it's a green flag there, 50 points. One more to go. And that is the hurdle section at the end. As Andrea Modica looks on here, his score of 90 points on the board. Back with Team Asai.
Yes, their prosthesis unlock very, very quickly. So for him, bending the knee 90 degrees, it doesn't look a problem once it has been unlocked. So this task for Team Asai should be for sure feasible.
Oh, he's just struggling to navigate over that smaller hurdle. Oh, and he's hit another one. That's unfortunate. So that is the task failed at the end, but it is 50 points on the board. He's a little frustrated with himself. Krishna, okay. We're with Jacques. There's only 10 points on the board here. So you can just hear in the background his team helping him with the strategy of how to approach this. Oh. We can see how much balance and stability is required.
Now we can see him using the phone. We could see him using the phone to change the modality of the prosthesis.
So,
absolutely.
Yeah, as Chiara was telling us earlier, Jacques on his arm, so Michel Jacques on his arm, has a device which basically communicates with the prosthesis, and he changes it to whatever scenario he's in.
Exactly, and as we can see, he's also wearing some black bands also on the healthy leg, and that on our sensors, and they allow the prosthesis to detect the position in the steps in which the pilot is in and actuate the prosthesis.
He may be a little bit disappointed, but the crowd are giving him a full round of applause here in the arena, and it is a huge round of applause for everyone.
Thank you very much.
Let's take a look at some of the moments back then from the second qualifying session for the leg prosthesis race. That balancing beam at the start, always a tough one to kick off with. We've seen some great performances from our pilots here, Chiara. It is, you know, we've talked about the fact that these are straightforward, relatively everyday tasks for people who, you know, have full use of everything within their body. For someone with a prosthesis, these are exceptionally difficult, and this has been proved today. But the technology that's been created, which can help so much a person have their own autonomy.
Absolutely. The task that we try to recreate it should resemble activities of daily life, and the more training probably you get with the prosthesis, the easier then will be to attend the different tasks. Now 90 points is the score to beat, which
it absolutely is. On the board then, Andrea Modica with 90 points. Krishna was on 50, then Jacques 20, and Chang with a no score there. Let's cross out to the arena floor and catch up with Abby.
Bex, thank you so much. We are with two Andreas. Andrea the pilot, Andrea the team lead. It was pretty impressive. We know that you're a sports enthusiast. We know that you're part of the Italian Paralympic ski team, but you sped through that.
That was really difficult, but we have a lot of work for this time, and so I think that we are, especially, and all the team, I can think that we are happy for this. Yes.
You've got to be happy. What was the difficulty in particular? What was the challenge?
For me, the first task is the most difficult, yes, because you have to have a lot of balance and took the bucket, and it is very difficult for me.
And also, it's the start of the race, right? Yes. So you're going off with speed and excitement and having to possibly slow things down.
You have to do it a little bit more faster, not so faster, a little bit balance and with more control, not too speed, yes.
So as a team principal, you've got to be delighted, but what is the learning for you as we move forward to the finals?
Yeah, it's a very good point to be here. We trained a lot. We designed all the ankle and the knee, so everything is us. And it's a very, very interesting starting point because nothing is finished now.
Well, it's a very impressive starting point. Congratulations, Andreas. We will see you later on in the competition. So the final discipline for this morning session is BCI, Brain-Computer Interface, an extraordinary technology. Let's find out more.
Up next, the Brain-Computer Interface race. Professor Luca Tonin explains how the BCI method works.
We use it to try to decode the intention of the user and translate them into commands for external devices.
The brain-computer interface race includes 5 types of tasks. They all have to be completed twice. In the first task, pilots navigate a wheelchair avatar through a virtual room. The goal is to reach the door located at the far end of the room. Furniture and robot vacuum cleaners obstruct their path. In another task, pilots have to control a virtual robotic arm. The task involves positioning a glass under an ice machine and holding the glass still until all ice cubes have landed in it safely.
The pilot has to think to his own body. So this is called kinesthetic imagination. So the point is that the pilot has to think about his right hand, for instance, in order to make the system to recognize that he wants to go to the right, for instance.
In a further task, the pilots are required to position a cursor on a screen and click on a target icon. And then the pilots must navigate a key to the lock and turn the key to open or close the door. Pilots can score 10 points in each task. Whoever completes the most tasks and clocks the fastest time wins the race. However, pilots must complete the tasks within an 8-minute time limit.
So now you know more about it. We look forward to seeing it in action. Joining Bex in the commentary, we say a very warm welcome to Ingrid Ordermatt.
Yes, welcome Ingrid.
Thank you.
We're very much looking forward to the next race and the next qualifying session for BCI. What are we expecting to see here in this qualifying race? And how much do you think the atmosphere in this stadium is going to affect our pilots?
Yeah, so BCI is all about solving all these tasks by just using your thoughts, just using your mind, using mental strategies. So you can imagine that it needs a lot of concentration, a lot of focus. And of course, if you're in the arena with the audience, maybe cheering, which we want to see, but that can distract a little bit, and also nervousness can also affect this a little bit. And of course, being in such a competition situation is going to be a challenge.
It is going to be a challenge, and it's fantastic that we have a great atmosphere in the arena. But let's find out exactly where our pilots are heading from, their teams. Let's check out the map, shall we? For the Brain Computer Interface Race, BCI for short. And we are looking at Mahidol, BC Lab and Mirage 91 as our teams. Let's find out about the pilots.
Hier werden Bewegungen wortwörtlich mit dem Gehirn gesteuert. Und wir schauen mal, welche 2 Teams hier bereitstehen. Let's take a look. On station number 1, we welcome from Thailand, Team Mahidol BCI Lab and pilot Krankai Chashadi.
Hi, my name is Stephen. I'm the team manager of Mahidol BCI Lab teams. And this year, we participating in the BCI discipline for the 3rd time. In 2020, the Mahidol BCI Lab secured the 2nd place in the BCI race with our pilot, Mr. Gringrai Deshadi.
ครับชื่อเกียงไก่เตชะดีครับชื่อเล่นชื่อว่าปาล์ม
We have been working collaboratively with Mr. Gringrai since 2019, developing a strong partnership and teamwork together. I hope that our passion and hard work will shine through in our performance in the CYBATHLON this year.
And we take a look at the 2nd team in this qualification on track number 2 from Austria. Aus Österreich, wir sagen willkommen zum Team Mirage 91 and pilot Antonio Studeni.
Ich heiße Antonio Studeni, bin 22 Jahre alt und komme aus Graz. Ich habe im vorigen Jahr einen Badeunfall gehabt und habe einen 6. und 7. Halswirbel gebrochen. Ich finde es einfach extrem spannend, wie man rein mit Gedankensteuerung ein Computerspiel steuern kann.
We met our pilot Antonio at the end of August, so it was a bit late to the party, but we managed to do it anyway The good thing is he's a very determined person. It was easy for us to do a lot of measurements per week and get everything in order before the competition.
Wow, incredible to hear from the pilots. And, you know, I just echo exactly what Antonia was saying there, Ingrid. It's so extraordinary to know and to realise with this technology that you can control things with the power of thought, which is what we're seeing here. To be able to play a computer game, it is extraordinary, but in this environment, we briefly talked about it, you know, we've got a great atmosphere. They've been given the build-up by our in-house commentator here. They have to now kind of clear their minds, don't they, and focus on the task ahead.
Yes, absolutely. So how it works is that they use mental strategies to control the game, and these mental strategies elicit activity patterns in their brain that can be decoded by their software behind it. And in order to work today, they have to induce the same activity patterns as they did in the training. And of course, brain activity might be different today due to being nervous.
Yeah, it may well be. So that's going to be interesting to see. So we have a set of tasks, computer game tasks, that they have to perform. 8 minutes is the allocation. And again, we do have 10 tasks. So we have 5, but they're repeated, essentially, to make up the 10. And we're not too far away from getting underway, just over a minute to go until we get started here. It is incredible technology, though, again, which can be used, Ingrid, in so many different ways, which is giving individuality and autonomy to a person, which is so important.
Yeah, exactly. And I think it's really fascinating that we can just put these sensors on the scalp and we can actually measure what's going on inside the brain. So we pick up electrical activity in the brain, which is what our brain cells, so when they communicate, they do that via electricity, basically. So yeah, we can pick that up and we can use that even though they cannot really do any movements, we can still see what happens in the brain when they try to move or imagine to move, for example.
Yeah, and I think that is the... For me, you know, this technology is just stunning, and I can't get my brain around it right now. But it's the fact that you can think, okay, I want to try and move my left arm. Even if you can't move it, it's the thought process, which is actually then transmitting into a movement on the screen in front of them. So their thought is creating that. And I can't say enough times how blown away I am by this technology. But let's get going with the start of this game then, and the first of our BCI qualification processes. Okay, so our first task, which is furniture. So what is the purpose here, Ingrid?
So this is all about controlling a wheelchair, navigate a wheelchair, which could be very beneficial for pilots or in general, tetraplegic patients to just move independently. And the idea here is that they need to navigate around the furniture, so they need to rotate the wheelchair in the direction they want to go, and then they need to move forward.
Okay, so we can see our first competitor has got underway, and the next starts in just about 10 seconds time. So you can see that the wheelchair's been rotated and it's been moved forward. And again, in these kind of pressure situations, and they are training and they're practicing for this. As you mentioned, that room will be completely silent. They will have no distractions around them. And then you come to an arena such as this, and not only is it the crowd around you, but it's the fact that you are in this competition mode as well. You're putting the pressure on yourself, which our brains can do. Yeah. Whether we like it or not.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we have Mirage 91 here. There's a lot of movement here. Unfortunately, it's not going in the right direction at the moment, though.
Yeah, not always. Yeah, it's actually very challenging to navigate this wheelchair, because it's not just about sending a command or using a mental strategy to rotate, but also the timing has to be correct. They need to also stop at the right time.
It's such a combination of factors, isn't it? Like you say, not just the movement, but actually And we can see the task has been skipped here. We're moving on to the next task, which is the ice machine. So tell me about this task. What does it require from our pilots here, and what does it represent?
So here they need to place a cup with that is held by a robotic arm below the ice machine. So first they again need to navigate and put it in the correct position. And then they need to wait until all the ice cubes fell into the cup. So there it's actually crucial to not send any command and to just, rest basically.
Okay, we're back with Antonio now, Mirage 91. You can see that some of the objects, he's moved some of the objects here, trying to negotiate his way around. Like you said, the timing is absolutely crucial of when sending the signal, but crucial in timing in the speed and the turning circle of which way you're going to move to. It's such an intricate first challenge for them to negotiate. It might look simple when you first look at it, but it isn't.
No, not at all. It really takes a lot of training also, and as said, a lot of focus. And we've heard that Antonio joined the team only this summer or fall even, so he is really he was up for the challenge, which is great.
Yeah, that's fantastic that he was up for the challenge. He hasn't had long then working with the system, preparing for it. And a lot of the interviews I've seen with the pilots in BCI, they're talking about they feel like pioneers in this field because it's such a new technology, and they just feel so part of it, and the fact that they are helping others as well as themselves and as well as the technological creators. But it is a very new technology.
Yes, it is. I mean, there is research going on for quite a while now. Actually, the team from Graz, Mirage 91, it is based on or it tells us that the history of this mind racing, motor imagery racing goes back to 91 in their university. So they were really pioneers.
Yeah.
Started with this technology, but it's still very much in the development.
Okay, so we're still with Mirage 91, and they have kept going with this opening task. And they were so close then to actually completing. It weren't too far away at all.
Yeah, sometimes it's so unfair. So you can be so close maybe to the door, and then just one wrong command can bring you back to...
Yeah, one step forward and 5 steps back,
Yes.
unfortunately, with some of it. But Antonio is, continuing on. But we've moved on to another task now.
Yeah, so this is again navigating the wheelchair through this room, but this time it's even more difficult because there are some plants. Oh.
I think that round of applause might have been for Antonio completing, and it was.
Yes.
You can see the green. He did complete that first task, and he's moved on to the ice machine. That scared me.
He did, but it's fantastic to see that he managed to reach the door on the other side.
He did. He got it. He moved the furniture around a lot, but he got there.
Yeah, and he actually also was just below the ice machine. We could see the green light
reflecting.
For just a little while, but unfortunately he moved a little bit too far.
Yeah, let's see if he can then successfully place this cup under the ice machine. And once it is there and in position, the ice will come out of it. Okay, so he's moved on from that task, maybe on the advice of his team there who are all around him. We are back with Mahid al BC Lab.
Yeah, so now he's in the second iteration of the tasks. So again, it starts with the navigating the wheelchair around the furniture.
Okay, and we're back with Antonio, and he has pushed it back to the start as well, by the looks of things. So let's see if he can successfully navigate this one. You can see he skipped 4 here. There's 4 reds there and 1 green because he successfully completed this one earlier.
Yeah, so now he's in the same task as in the beginning, the one that he managed to solve. So
Let's see if he can solve it for a second time.
Exactly. So now you can see that there is this like plant right in front of the door, and if you actually touch that plant, it's a task fail. So in the second round, it's more difficult even.
I was going to say that plant wasn't there first time. You're tricking me here. Okay, so you've added in an extra layer of difficulty. I see. No, but that's a good thing, isn't it? Because the challenge just gets harder and harder. It's more motivating the harder that it gets. But yeah, I don't want to touch that plant either. It looks like a cactus.
Yeah, it does. But yeah, it's any like red objects that are in the game, they are not allowed to touch.
Okay, so that would be then a task fail if he does touch that. And it is very close, as you can see, to the exit, which is a huge challenge in itself. So we stick with Antonio here as he tries to negotiate. It's easier said than done, isn't it? He's at the opening, but he's gone a little bit too far. And you know, the concentration for both, it's the extreme concentration that is needed to be able to guide in this BCI race, guide your wheelchair to the optimum spot. We can see the arrow there. Look at Antonio here. He's just so focused.
Yeah, I also think before the race started, we could already see him being in a very focused state. Yeah, so now it's the last few seconds, I think.
Yeah, remember there is an 8-minute time limit on this game.
Yeah, and 8 minutes is actually a long time if you think about that you have to be so focused and you have to concentrate and use your mental strategies all the time.
The time expired there. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, then this is what it's about. It's the mental thought, that concentration level, which, you know, can be difficult on the first run through, certainly in a new environment other than maybe in a closed off room at home or wherever, you know, you're using the technology.
Yeah.
And all of a sudden you're in this vast arena and people are clapping and cheering, which you know, that's not standard at home as much as we would love it.
Yeah, and actually the team from Thailand, they arrived only yesterday.
Oh, wow.
So they had this super long flight and today they are competing. So that's also an extra challenge, being tired, maybe jet lagged a little bit.
Yeah, there's all of those elements to come into it. But it's a long way to travel from Thailand, and we are delighted, of course, that they are here with us at CYBATHLON this weekend. But that is certainly another factor to add into it. But the first qualifying session then for BCI complete. And it's some really tough challenges there, Ingrid. And, you know, congrats to everyone who's forming the challenges behind the scenes, because it really was tough. Okay, I think we are going to be heading out to find out where the lovely Abby Stevens is right now. There she is. Hey, Abby.
Bex, thank you. I've just been watching it the same as you and Ingrid and just marveling at this technology and just thinking the level of concentration, especially when you have an environment of a sporting competition and fans inside the stadium. Now, CYBATHLON 2024 would not be here without our sponsors and our principal sponsor, Maxim. Let's find out about their involvement in supporting CYBATHLON.
Langweilig, ja. Du machst eigentlich nichts. Du schaust nur ein bisschen, was da unten macht.
Rapperswil-Jona in the east of Switzerland. At the Eastern Swiss University of Applied Sciences, researchers are working on a futuristic wheelchair. The scientists are supported by the Maxon company. The Swiss company specializes in drive technologies and supplies the engines for the enhanced hybrid, a wheelchair that converts into an exoskeleton at the push of a button and guarantees paraplegics greater mobility and independence. Team leader Silvia Rona is very satisfied with what the project has achieved so far.
Es ist ein erster Forschungsprototyp. Wir sind noch ganz am Anfang. Der Wechsel Rollstuhl-Exoskelett, dass das eben eigentlich nicht zwingend zwei verschiedene Geräte sein müssen, sondern dass man das in einem Gerät haben kann. Denke mir schon schön gelungen. 1, 2, 3.
In order for the enhanced hybrid to be suitable for everyday use at some point, it needs pilots like Rolf Schoch. Rolf has been paralyzed since a motorcycle accident. Rolf will be competing in the CYBATHLON 2024 with the Swiss team Robity Enhanced. Rolf has a clear goal in mind.
Für die Zukunft denkt, ist es ja noch weit weg von dem, dass man es im Alltag brauchen. Aber ich meine, es muss jeder Schritt gemacht werden bis jetzt. Also jetzt nur schon mal, dass man einen Hybrid hat, dass man überhaupt die Idee hat, dass man Rad gerade direkt daher machen kann. Dann braucht man die Hände nicht mehr. Das ist ein riesen Schritt.
Wir sind gerade am Testen.
The engineers at Maxon made this step possible. The family company has its headquarters in Sachseln in the canton of Obwalden. Maxon employs 3,200 people in over 40 countries.
Und sonst allgemein zufrieden mit unseren Produkten?
Ja, sind jetzt eigentlich gut gelaufen. Wir mussten vom EC60 auf den EC90 wechseln. Wir müssen, glaube ich, mit dem Getriebe noch ein bisschen spielen oder mindestens ein Drittel ein bisschen anpassen. Aber sonst
im Großen und Ganzen.
Es ist uns keiner mehr jetzt.
Ja. Führen wir stabil,
ja.
Alles gut.
Ja, alles robust.
Super, cool. Es ist sehr wichtig, dass wir von Anfang an, von der Konzeptphase zusammenarbeiten. Wir sind so breit aufgestellt, wir sind in Medical-Applikationen, in der Aerospace, in der Luftfahrt. Die Erfahrung können wir punktuell in anderen Gebieten einsetzen.
An unserem Atlas ist speziell, dass man wirklich die Hände frei hat, dass man mit der Umwelt interagieren kann. Das ist bei den meisten Exoskeletten im Moment noch nicht so. Und Maxon-Motoren machen halt die Bewegung erst möglich. Der, den man am besten sieht, ist der hier. Und das ist so drin verbaut, dass wir hier einen Motor haben. Da merkt man, der ist so ein bisschen warm, weil er jetzt ein bisschen aktiv ist, aber wirklich nur so am Handwarm. Nachher haben wir hier den Riementrieb dran, vorne das Getriebe, dass es dann hier auf der Seite von der anatomischen Achse vom Knie getrieben wird. Wir sind in sehr engem Austausch mit Maxon. Das schätze ich sehr. Die sehr eng zusammenarbeiten, völlig unkompliziert. Wenn wir etwas brauchen, haben wir mehrere Leute, die wir anrufen können und nachfragen, was der Stand ist.
Für uns ist wichtig, ein Feedback zu bekommen von den Experten in den Anwendungen. Und wir als Sponsor geben ihnen die Möglichkeit, mal etwas auszuprobieren. Wenn es funktioniert, auf der einen Seite bringt das Team weiter, aber uns auch, weil wir profitieren von diesen Erfahrungen.
CYBATHLON pilot Rolf Schoch also had positive experiences with the new mix of wheelchair and exoskeleton.
Wenn du natürlich die Hände nicht frei hast, bist du eigentlich immer gebunden. Du hast dann keinen Vorteil gegenüber dem Rollstuhl. Wenn du nichts heben kannst, dann kannst du ja nichts Produktives machen. Du kannst ja nicht einmal ein Sandwich essen oder ein bares Bier trinken.
And this is what the transformation looks like. In just a few steps, an exoskeleton becomes a wheelchair.
Es ist extrem cool zu sehen, wie der Grundgedanke von dieser transformierbaren Struktur anfängt zu funktionieren. Es muss sehr, sehr viel zusammenspielen, dass alles miteinander funktioniert. Und jetzt funktioniert es. Jetzt haben wir einen Rollstuhl, der aufstehen und loslaufen kann.
Es ist aber jedes Mal eigentlich schön, um wieder die Augenhöhe mit den Leuten zu haben, im Stehen. Und man merkt wieder mal, dass man nicht der Kleinste war. Also, ja.
Wenn das so weit kommen, dass das wirklich ein Alltag könnte werden für den Rolf, dann würde uns sehr stolz machen.
Hat funktioniert?
Pure cool. Gratuliere.
So, super funktioniert, oder?
Hey, sehr cool.
Hey, gut gemacht. Haben Sie gut gemacht.
A big thank you to Maxon. It's now time for our second qualifying run for these two pilots in BCI in the brain-computer interface. So I'll hand you back to Bex and to Ingrid.
Thank you very much, Abby. Yeah, we're here, we're waiting, we're ready to go. We saw a really interesting first race, Ingrid, you know, tough challenges, as we mentioned, and we're going to see it again now. It's a second opportunity for them to have a crack at it. And I think, you know, when we're looking at the tasks and we're looking at some cartoon characters, not the gentleman behind, obviously, that now maybe, you know, with just a few moments done, then we go back into the second run. Maybe everything's calmed down a bit nerves-wise. Maybe that'll help.
Yeah, I think it could go either way. I mean, yeah, they are maybe now used to the arena a bit better, but also they might already be a bit mentally tired.
Ah, that's a strong point, actually.
We'll
see. How much does... Yeah, it's a factor I hadn't thought of, which is why you're the expert and why you're here right now, is the fact that, you know, we've talked about muscle fatigue in various disciplines, but also mental fatigue can play a part here.
Yeah, all the pilots mentioned that the training is very exhausting. And yeah, so we'll see how it goes this time.
Let's see. Well, there's a big smile there from Antonio at least, so that is positive. And his fans not far away.
Yeah, that's the team.
I think they were the cheerleaders that screamed when he completed that opening task. And that's, you know, it's so important that we've talked about it throughout the weekend. It's great to have that support around you, not only from the team who are as close to you as anything, but also your friends, your family, the people who see you on an everyday basis, who will come to these events and cheer you on. That must be, so motivating. Okay, we have a little bit of a delayed start here. We're not sure why. Hopefully it won't be too long until we get underway. But if you are just joining us, we've had an array of qualifying sessions this morning across various disciplines, and we're on to BCI now. And we have two competitors who've already done 2 qualifying sessions with us so far. We're waiting for the second to start. And even these moments, Ingrid, you know, when you are waiting to get underway, you know, it's the anticipation, I guess. Okay, we're hearing positive sounds coming from the floor at the moment. So hopefully we won't, it won't be too long until we get underway. But, you know, this scope, I'm going to ask you a big question now. Prepare yourself. Okay. The scope for this technology moving forward into the future, we're seeing it right here, right now, in a game format. But the scope for this technology, how big do you think it could be?
Yeah, actually, we had some teams who asked us if we could translate it to the arena already for this competition. So CYBATHLON has decided to stay in the virtual scenario for the moment. Okay. But there is a lot of research going on where they are really controlling real robotic arms and other devices. So yeah, so there is it's all happening in the labs, and we hope to see it we hope to see that it can improve the daily life of patients very soon.
But the most important point, you know, it's starting in the labs, and you know, the people behind it who are creating this technology and moving it forward with the assistance of the pilots that we're seeing here as well, who form such an integral part of moving the technology forward, because it's their feedback and their experience that is giving everybody the data.
Yeah, and they dedicate so much time. I've also asked them, the pilots, what was their main motivation to participate, and almost all of them said they want to advance research, they want to advance the development of such technologies that it can help other patients in the future.
Yeah, that is such fantastic sentiments, isn't it? We are not far away from getting started with our second qualifying session here for BCI. Go. Here we go. We are underway then with our Thai team. So the objective here, and it's a confident, bold move to start, is to navigate around the furniture and reach the door at the rear here.
Yeah, so far it looks quite good.
Yeah,
that goes well.
This is a far better start than what we saw on the first qualification run, certainly.
Yeah, so now he just needs to move forward. So he needs to send the command to move forward, which is a mental strategy. And that oftentimes it is that the pilot imagines to move his left or right hand, or he imagines to move his feet. But also some teams have used strategies like imagining singing, or doing math exercises, or other strategies. Yeah, so it's really like basically anything can be translated into a control command.
That is quite incredible, you know, because I thought it would just be related to moving limbs, as in sending a signal to move either an arm or a leg, but you're saying singing or any kind of impulse that goes to the brain in any thought mechanism can actually generate a movement.
Yeah, so important is that this strategy induces or elicits a brain activity pattern that can be decoded by their classifier, by their algorithm, but then it can be any strategy. And it's true that most of them use motor imagery, so the imagination of how it would feel to do a movement without actually moving.
It is incredible technology which is moving at a pace with the help and development work of the pilots that you see here, collaborating with universities, with companies to accelerate the process of technology. We are seeing such a difference in the second qualifying round, aren't we? Because both of them have much more movement.
Yeah, I think so far it is. It seems to be going better for both of them, but let's see. And yeah, Kriankrai, he was so close to the door before. And
he was.
Yeah.
He was so close. And, you know, I think for Antonio as well, he wasn't far away and then he accelerated very quickly back to the start. And it's just those moments. Okay, the task has been skipped here by our Mahidol BC Lab team.
Again, he's so close now. But yeah, it's really so difficult to stop rotating at the right time.
Okay, let's see. Oh, we're almost there, we're almost there, we are there! Antonio has successfully completed the first task and the cheerleaders are sprung into action behind.
Successfully navigating.
Okay, let's move on to the next then. So Antonio has skipped 2 tasks here.
Yeah.
It looks like the ice machine and the computer screen. And we're going to the key. Oh no, he skipped that also.
Yeah, so now we can see some red moving objects, these vacuum cleaners, and also they are not allowed to be touched. So if he touches a vacuum cleaner with the wheel, then it's a task fail.
So as quickly as he can, then he needs to get off this blue section where the vacuum cleaner is defending its honour on the carpet and doesn't want Antonio to move towards the door. Okay, we see him then try and turn everything around. Let's go back. We're on the sensor, the computer screen challenge here, which is a sensor challenge. Back with Antonio. He's not far away from the door here.
No, again, that's going well.
So a turn, which is what he'll be concentrating on now, putting that process into trying to turn the wheelchair.
Yeah, it really needs just a slight rotation to the left. So this.
Oh, the door's opened!
Yes.
And that is the second task completed, then 20 points on the board for Mirage 91. And then we're back to the original room that we were in earlier. But as our expert Ingrid pointed out, it has an added difficulty this time around because there's a cactus plant not too far away from the exit. So that cannot be touched by Antonio at all. Okay, let's head back into Kriankrai now and find out how he's doing. He's in this really difficult section, the final task, which is the vacuum cleaner.
Yeah, and this navigation works a bit like a joystick. So first you need to set the rotation, which is a mental strategy, a command, and then it needs another command to actually move forward. So it is really tricky to just navigate.
Okay, back with Antonio. Don't forget, it is a 8-minute duration that we have here for completing these tasks. We're all just, I mean, you can go completely silent here because you're watching with bated breath to see if he's going to rotate this enough to move forward. But definitely second qualification session has been better for both the pilots here.
Yeah, I think they were both able to send more commands, or more commands were detected that were sent to the game, which is already a good thing. And now it's about fine-tuning, which is so difficult here. And this is the back of the room, so
yeah, that's
the wrong door, unfortunately.
Unfortunately, yeah, it's the other door we need to aim for. And I suppose too, you know, there's got to be a certain amount of frustration which the pilots will feel because it's not going in the right direction, and also that is going to affect the signals that they're sending as well. So they have to keep everything so calm, and that is so difficult when you are in a competition mode as well. They're trying to navigate this effectively and feeling a range of emotions.
Yeah, definitely. That's really the challenge. I mean, they cannot be too excited when they solve a task and also not too frustrated if they don't manage. It's really all about just trying to clear the mind and focus and go on.
Okay, back with Antonio now. You can see he has 2 green sectors on the graphic there, meaning 2 tasks have been completed. So he has 20 points.
Now let's see if he can pass through these tables.
Is he? Well, we saw, you know, in some of the ones we've been watching, Ingrid, over the week, you know, a little bit of a strategy of just moving everything towards the door.
Yeah, sometimes that can...
Pushing it out of the way.
Yes, as long as it's not a red object, as the cactus, they are allowed to touch it and the furniture will just move a little bit.
Yeah, and things can fall off and that is not a problem, but he cannot touch that plant.
Yes.
At all.
Yeah.
Let's...
Time
has expired for Mahid or BCI Lab. So we have less than a minute to go now for Mirage 91.
Yeah, and it's really compared to the to 2020. This is a way more difficult game. So Kriyan Krai, he participated in 2020 and it went really well for him. But
they
this
were
time
second in 2020.
Exactly. Yeah. But also that was then everyone participated from their
remote locations. It was COVID year, of course, and it's a different scenario, isn't it? Like we mentioned, coming here and getting used to the hall is quite a big thing. He's got less than 10 seconds here before time runs out. And there we go. Time expired, but 20 points on the board then for Mirage 91, for Antonio Studindi.
Yeah, this is great. I think every solved task is really fantastic in this year's game.
Absolutely. I think that's the important point, isn't it? That actually solving a task out there is the big ambition. Okay, let's take a look back at some of the moments then from our second qualifying session. That's so you can just see our host in the background, Abby, there. Hopefully you'll be hearing from Antonio in a little while, but that is Antonio with 20 points on the board. Kriyan Krai there with no points scored here in the first qualifying session for BCI. Let's head down now to Abby on the arena floor.
Bex, thank you so much. Now we are joined by Antonio. So first of all, congratulations, 20 points scored. How hard is that?
How can I say it? It's very difficult. But yeah, today 20 points are okay.
One of the questions I have just watching, when you have the huge support from the crowd, how difficult is it then to stay focused and to not react to that support?
It's really hard. I just watch on the screen and my focus is just on the screen.
And you're fairly new to the team as well, so this training you've had, I'm sure, it's had to be really intense to bring you to this moment to CYBATHLON 2024.
Sorry?
Just with the team and working, and because it's been fairly new relationship.
Yeah.
What can you add then? I'll let you off the hook for a moment, Antonio. Marcus is a team lead here. Look, we've just been watching on and just thinking, gosh, this looks tricky.
Yeah. So the problem is with this new game, there are a lot of different tasks you have to solve. And yes, I think we did it okay, since we tried 3 different classes with Antonio, and I think he did it, quite well, I think.
And you've got great support. A lot of them are just behind us here. I can see them and that must be incredibly motivating.
Yes, we're a big student team, a lot of bachelors and masters, and thank you to them for their hard work. And thank you, Antonio, as well. And yes.
Honestly, I have to say I was not doing this in university. You're like, this is just extraordinary what some people get up to in university, and you are making innovations that can improve the lives of those with disabilities. It's extraordinary. I want to say congratulations to all of you because, well, it's amazing.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Well done to both of you. We are going to take a very short break. It's about 3 hours because that is the end of our morning session. We'll be back at 6 o'clock and we'll have more of what you've seen so far. There will be more from the Fez race. There will be more from the arm and the leg prosthesis, and you can marvel at the more of the robots that will be in action at 6 o'clock. So make sure you join us then. But for now, I hope you've enjoyed the first of the disciplines here in CYBATHLON 2024 from Cloten in Zurich.
The CYBATHLON 2024. These disciplines are still to come. The Assistance Robot Race. Get ready for some stunning human-robot interaction. Watch the competitions live on CYBATHLON.com as the second group of the Arm and FES race gets underway. Don't miss out on these incredible pilots, fascinating performances, and some exciting moments.
Bex, what a morning. We've got more to come at 6 o'clock for the evening session.
Gosh, we certainly have, Abby, but what a morning we have had. We've seen some incredible performances from our pilots, I think helped along by family, friends and team here in the arena as well. Ingrid, we've just seen a fantastic race in BCI. More will follow later on as well. I think everyone just gets really kind of hyped up with the situation right now. You know, we're into it. We're into the qualifying sessions and we're all motivated.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah.
I'm really looking forward to this afternoon, Abby. We both are. I'm sure you are as well.
Yeah, I absolutely am. It is a mix of just pure motivation, as you say, but the excitement, the expectation, the kind of jaw-dropping disbelief of also what we're seeing. But this is the future, and the future is happening now, and there is more to come. So make sure you join us at 6 o'clock as we continue with the action here at CYBATHLON 2024. See you then.